Okay, let's try something here. So, there's a YouTuber called Ceave, and he's been a YouTuber for a very long time at this point, I believe. And on his main channel, at least for as long as I've been subscribed to it, what he mostly did and was known for, like his sort of biggest videos over on that channel, was Mario videos, or Nintendo videos, a bunch of those from sort of an engineering perspective, I'd almost call it. Like, what I knew him for was really interesting technical challenges that he was doing in Mario games. Like, can you beat X Mario game only by jumping backwards, for example? Like, exploring the limits of what the mechanics of such a game can do. And like, he had some really incredibly complex, fascinating videos about Mario Maker and all of the stuff that can be engineered in the engines that Nintendo... Like, great videos. I fully recommend that you go check them out. But a little while back, he started to become dissatisfied creatively with what he was doing. Like, it's like many YouTubers do. Like, when you get known for a thing, and then that is the audience that YouTube gives you is the audience who cares about that thing, and trying to do anything else can start to be like really fucking difficult, and then you're stuck doing only one thing over and over again, and that's not necessarily the most creatively fulfilling thing in the world. And so he wanted to branch out into other types of content, but found that when he did, YouTube was like, no. You are the Mario Maker video game channel, and you can't be the video game channel that does video essays about other things. So fuck you, fuck your views, and fuck your subscriptions. Like, really found that he got punished very badly by the algorithm for doing that, and that fucking sucks. Like, I've been there, I am still there. I have actively hurt my own YouTube career by, trying to branch out into other kinds of content, and I sort of refuse to play by the rules, and I would probably have a lot more subscribers if I didn't. And so he started a secondary channel called Ceave Perspective, where he's been uploading some very long, very intricate, very well-researched, very interesting essays about various video games. Like, he did one on Majora's Mask that I thought was quite interesting. Now, I don't always agree with him. In fact, I quite strongly disagree with some of the conclusions that he's come to, but that's why they're interesting, right? Like, because they are always interesting, well-researched, well-reasoned, comprehensive arguments for a point of view that perhaps I don't agree with. And that is really fascinating to me. I really like videos like that. So imagine my excitement when he uploaded an hour and a half long video essay dissecting Bloodborne. I was like, oh, Bloodborne, a video game about which I have some opinions. some substantial opinions and some interpretations of the lore. And I was sort of like clapping my little hands in anticipation of, I'm going to disagree with him about some things, and that'll be fascinating to like have an argument inside of my own head about why he's wrong about this thing, and I'm like not in a mean-spirited way, not in like a way of like, oh, this fool, he is thinking the wrong thought, but in the sense of like, I find it really fascinating to sort of parse out when someone comes up with a like well-argued creative opinion that I disagree with. I find it really interesting to parse out, okay, why do I disagree? Do I have a strong argument for why this is not true? And can I arrive at that argument in my head? And like, that's I feel like that's how you sort of improve your mind. So that was interesting to me, but I also had the immediate thought, like, that's an hour and a fucking half, and I have ADHD, right? And that especially recently, after I got diagnosed, like, this is apparently a common thing that happens, but after I got diagnosed, all of my ADHD symptoms got worse. Because I began to, and that's just partly psychosomatic, it's because I began to understand what my ADHD symptoms are and identify them. And so I'm noticing them a lot more. But one of the things I've noticed is that it's become harder for me to sit through long videos or like just a fucking episode of anime has become hard for me to sit through. That's kind of partly why I started this fucking reaction channel, is because it's a way for me to channel my fucking ADHD scatterbrain energy into, like, I can divert my attention into talking about the thing that I just saw, and thus keep my attention on the thing and in my engagement with the thing intact, without getting, like, going over and fucking checking Blue Sky or posting something or scrolling through TikTok for 5 minutes or wandering off and cleaning my entire kitchen just on a random whim. I can sort of, it helps me stick by things. And so I saw that one. I was like excited for it. Then I was also like, I can't fucking possibly concentrate my way through this shit because I'm unmedicated. And then I thought, but I did start that reaction channel though. And then, like, I'm sorry, this is a long intro, but you need some content. It's gonna be a fucking long video anyway. What do you care? If you clicked on this thing, you're in for the long haul. You're stuck here with me. You can't just click away. Can't do that. It's law forbidden. Whatever. What was I saying? Right. I was saying it's a YouTube video, and I'm a YouTuber, and I am, like, my main channels are substantially bigger than Ceave Perspective over here. Like, I think his main channel still has more subscribers than me. I think so. I can't actually remember what subscriber count he was at, but it's still like it's not cool generally for like someone with a bunch more subscribers to like take a smaller channel's video and just like re-upload it to their own channel and be like, it's a reaction video, that means it's okay. Like, even because like I'm gonna try my very best. If this video has been uploaded to YouTube and you're seeing it, that's because I feel in good faith that I have added something transformative. Like, I have done some discussion of the content of this video that is like hopefully adding something to the conversation, right? Like, so that's hopefully useful, valuable. That's like actual commentary, something remotely transformative, right? Like, if you're seeing this at all, that's because that's what happened. And if you're seeing this, by the way, it's also because I watched through this video and I reacted to it and I was like, oh shit, other people should see this video because it's really cool. So if you're seeing this now, over on my main channels, there should be a community post that has gone up like a day or two ago, where I plug this video and I say, hey, this is a really interesting video essay about Bloodborne. A bunch of my audience likes Bloodborne and Souls games. You should go watch it. You should go check it out. And hopefully my thinking is that those community posts on those fairly large channels should hopefully generate more views, I hope substantially more views, than I am, air quotes, stealing by doing a reaction here on my main channel, right? Like, that's the idea, is that I am generating more views for him ultimately than I am stealing by doing this thing. I hope so. Obviously, also, this video isn't monetized. I don't know if I mentioned that, but this video is not going to be monetized, because that would... Like, if I was going to monetize something like this, it would have to be like a full video essay, like critique breakdown thing. Like, it would have to be like a proper, not just a reaction video. So this is not monetized. I fucking hopes, like, again, unmedicated ADHD. If I've forgotten, please hit me over the head with a 2x4. Should be some community posts going up saying, hey, go watch this video. That'll hopefully do that. And so I sort of hope that I have ethically covered my ass. In so doing, I'm kind of hoping that sort of evens out the scales of ethicality of doing reaction content to other people's YouTube videos, right? And I'm happy to accept criticism on this. But I think this to me feels like if someone else did that to me, even if they were a bigger channel, I feel like I would be okay with that. So hopefully this does go. Hey, Ceave, if you're here, if you're watching this, you don't need to watch this. It's not a well-reasoned, like scholarly rebuttal to your video or anything. It's just a guy who likes your videos and watches through them and disagrees with a bunch of the stuff you say a lot of the time, and who finds it fascinating to disagree with you about things, and sometimes agree. Like, sometimes you make some points that are like, that was clever and interesting, and I hadn't thought of that, and that annoys me. Because that's clever and interesting, and I wasn't the one who thought of it. You bastard. But yeah, if you want to watch a very long video essay about Bloodborne alongside a man with severe ADHD and a special interest in Bloodborne, stick around, I guess. But if you don't want to do that, go watch the original video. There's a link to it in the description. Go watch Ceave's video essay yourself and experience his video that way instead of with a guy sitting next to you yelling about when he has wrong opinions about Bloodborne lore or whatever. I don't know. Maybe he's going to be right about everything. That's why it's fascinating. So, 10 minutes of preamble out of the way. Let's actually start watching this video.
At the very beginning of Bloodborne, we find a note right next to us. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. This note here is basically the only objective we are given throughout the game. Finding pale blood and transcending the hunt is pretty much Bloodborne's winning state. The only problem, I've beaten the game like half a dozen times at this point, yet I still have absolutely no idea what seeking pale blood is even supposed to mean. So when I sat down and began working on this retrospective, I set myself a simple goal. I wanted to work out what the objective of the game means in the context of the game's lore. And this small, little goal sent me down a very deep rabbit hole. The thing is, as it turns out, pale blood is one of the biggest mysteries in the entire lore of Bloodborne.
I can relate to that, first of all. Like, oh, figuring out what pale blood is, that should be easy. That's the main objective of the game. No, it's not. Yeah, no, that was my experience making boss designs of Bloodborne. Yeah, I can relate to that. We are on the same page, you and I.
There just is no obvious answer to the question what the note refers to. And that's really interesting, isn't it? The very first thing we're told to do in Bloodborne, the very first objective we're given, and the clearest goal that the game ever gives us is still a mystery to its community almost a decade after the game came out.
So that's not... Yes, that is correct, in the sense that no one has found a, like, unassailable concrete answer to exactly what pale blood is, but it's like there are a lot of theories out there with various levels of I would say like very solid reasoning. Like the pale blood hunt sort of takes a stab at, I wonder if he's going to bring that up, takes a stab at providing an answer to that. Like my personal interpretation is that like pale blood, to me it seems fairly obvious that this is a reference to the pale blood of the, like, on the surface level. It's also it also means a bunch of other things on like the thematic level deeper down, but on the surface level it feels like a fairly transparent reference to the pale blood of celestial beings, where the idea is that if you manage to track down the umbilical cords, blah blah blah, kill the nameless moon presence, and transcend into an ascended elder god creature, little worm lying on the thing with the tentacles and stuff, then you have found pale blood, and in so doing you have transcended the hunt, because you have ended the nightmare and you have exited from the cycle of violence that plagues Yharnam, that plagues like mortal existence on the plains of Bloodborne. And as I note in my own videos eventually about Bloodborne, like near the end, is like that's the extremely surface reading of what pale blood means, right? That's sort of the very, like, again, I say obvious, it's not obvious. Nothing about Bloodborne is obvious. Everything about Bloodborne is fucking ambiguous as shit. And that's why it's great. But that's sort of the surface level reading. Oh, you become a great one with pale blood and then thus and therefore transcend the hunt, etc. So like it is a mystery in the sense that Bloodborne is a game that resists answers, like that resists concreteness. That is, again, this is my interpretation from the videos that I've done about it, is that it is a nightmare. Like, Bloodborne is patterned structurally and semantically and thematically after the concept of a nightmare, and therefore it does not provide you with an answer. Because if a nightmare ended with a resolution, right, like if it ended with a clear explanation of everything that happened in the nightmare and why it happened and what it means and where it all comes from, then it wouldn't be scary. It's scary because you don't know what the fuck it is, right? So that, be that as it may, that's just a little nitpick. I know what he's doing here structurally is like he's setting up the mystery and inviting us to come along with him on his journey to solve it, right? Like, it's a perfectly good way to frame it. I'm just being a pedantic dickhead.
You know, it's been 9 years, yet people are still not entirely sure what the game is even about. So I tried to do some research to figure out what Miyazaki, the game's director, had in mind when he wrote this cryptic message. And this research...
Again, this is not a criticism of the video. This is my little personal bugbear. Is like, I don't think any of us can play Bloodborne and have any idea what Miyazaki thinks or what he wanted. First of all, because video games are so intensely collaborative. Like, Miyazaki did not make everything in this game. He didn't work on the textures. He didn't do the character animations or the character designs. He didn't do the level design or the world design. Like, so much of the game's narrative, like so much of the text of the game is generated by entirely separate auteurs who have their own like ideas, thoughts, and opinions about it. So it's like, again, he's just setting up the framing for the video. He's not doing anything wrong. This is the sort of thing that I wouldn't do in my videos, because I I feel my arguments are weaker. My arguments, when I try to do them, are weaker when I am trying to divine the consciousness of the creator of a piece of art, because that's always very fraught. And I try to focus on what is in the actual text of the game that we have access to. I sort of like the death of the author approach, essentially. And that's just two different literary approaches to assessing work. He's going a little bit more, at least in the way that he's framing it here in the intro. And can you tell, this is going to be a long fucking reaction. At least here in the intro, he's framing it more in terms of auteur theory. Like, it's like there is a genius at work. Well, not genius. There's an author at work here. And by disentangling the threads and the narratives and the themes that are present in the text that the author has created, we can sort of divine something about the author's intent, what was in the author's mind. Like, where did the author draw their inspirations? What were they trying to do? What were they trying to say, right? And that's a perfectly valid way to do it. I used to do it in university. You get assigned to do that because on purpose you have to understand the theory in order to criticize it. I wouldn't do that in my videos because of completely personal reasons.
Got way out of hand. What began by diving into Bloodborne's lore soon sent me to strange French movies, back to Bloodborne's reveal trailer, and before I knew it, I was reading Nietzsche at midnight. Trying to figure out what is going on below Bloodborne's bloody surface was certainly no easy task, but I'm happy to report that I think I figured out what the game is all about.
Nietzsche is interesting, because I didn't use Nietzsche, I think, at all. Yeah, no, I don't think I used Nietzsche at all in my readings of Bloodborne that I did over the course of the Basta Sons of Bloodborne. Which, like, that kind of should have been up. Like, the whole concept of, like breaking free of Christian morality in a game that is so mired in Catholic aesthetic. And, like, his concept of the Übermensch, and like the connection that you can draw like further up into like stuff like eugenics and the way that the church sort of treats the pale, like the old blood as a means of ascending humanity kind of thing. I probably fucking should have talked about Nietzsche. Like, I probably should have included that. You see, this is why I find Cieve's videos interesting, right? I probably should have brought Nietzsche up. I feel like maybe I kind of missed a trick by not doing that. Huh.
Or at least I have a theory that I myself find satisfying. A theory that is deeply rooted in Bloodborne's themes and its philosophy. So in this video we're going to do two things. On the one hand, we're going to take a look back at Bloodborne. We will journey once again through Yharnam and beyond, slay all the horrors that hop into our path, and discuss interesting things along the way. We will chat about Bloodborne's healing system, discuss all the bosses, and dive into Bloodborne's rich lore. That's one side of this video. On the other side, however, we will try to figure out what seeking pale blood means and what Bloodborne is actually all about. We will travel to medieval beast hunts, watch French movies together, and explore the philosophical concepts that I believe to be at the center of Bloodborne's world. We've got...
Okay, this is just, again, me being a nitpicky little editor bastard, because this is my reaction video. I can react however the fuck I want. Leave me alone. Why am I being defensive? I think he's oversold. This doesn't fucking matter. It's not a real criticism of him or his video. I'm gonna do a lot of caveats like this. If you find them annoying, I understand, but I really don't want this to be some fucking drama thing, right? Like, I don't want this to be, TB Skyn calls out the guy of whatever. None of that. I'm interested in his work as craft, right? And I'm talking about his work as craft, and I think he's overstated the intro. I think he's said like everything kind of twice, too many times, to sort of go, yes, we'll talk about the philosophy, we'll dive into the history, we'll dive into the themes, and we'll watch French movies, and then we'll talk about the philosophy, we'll dive into the themes, we'll dive into the thing, and then we'll watch French movies. Like, he sort of overstated the point, and at this point, because I am an impatient ADHD adult bastard, I would like, no, get a move on. Like, if I was writing this script, I would be sort of whipping myself to try and cut words out of it.
Quite a hunt ahead of us. Before we start this madness, just two more things. So first, a content warning for blasphemy out of all things. That is true, actually. You see, below its bloody surface, Bloodborne actually deals with philosophical ideas that are very critical of the Christian church. I'm going to do my very best to have this conversation as respectful as possible, but, due to the nature of some of the ideas, I'm not entirely sure if I managed to discuss this without ruffling some feathers. So, if you're a very faithful person, and you do not enjoy engaging with ideas that may oppose your faith, you may want to skip this one. Second, due to the nature of this video, this thing is going to spoil spoil the entirety of Bloodborne and its DLC, the plot of the 2001 French film Le Pecq de Loup, as well as Nietzsche's book, The Genealogy of Morality. Don't worry, that's not the ending of Nietzsche's The Genealogy of Morality in the background yet, that's just the ending of 50 Shades of Grey. Cool, Ray, you got quite a lot there.
If he manages to bring back 50 Shades of Grey as like a thematically relevant point, A plus 10 out of 10. That's the dream of the video essayist, right? Like being able to do that shit. But he's again because part of my process is I use other people's videos to reflect on my own work, right? It's one thing that I kind of regret that I didn't touch on very much with Boss Designs of Bloodborne is I never really dove into the Christian themes in it. Like not comprehensively. I never found that I had that much of a cause. I probably should have done with Vicar Amelia. I think I was still kind of fighting my feet with the series at that point. But Vicar Amelia, I feel like I should have dove into like the connection that reasonably can exist there, but like between the beast transformation and transubstantiation. Like this thing of like the wine literally becomes the blood of Christ and you imbibe his blood in order to take his divinity into yourself as part of your road to salvation, which is like the old blood is very explicitly that. It is the blood of a god that you imbibe into yourself in order to like at least in the healing church's rhetoric, purify yourself, right? And we see with Vicar Amelia that turns you into a huge fucking furry. Complimentary. Right, in a way that you can read as a monstrous, horrifying transformation and some kind of tragic fall or corruption, or you can read it as, no, wait, actually, that did exactly what it was supposed to do. It ascended her into a greater, more powerful form, right? And like that, there's an interesting criticism of transubstantiation there, and yeah, I still regret that I didn't dive deeper into the specific Catholic and Christian themes of Bloodborne. So it's good that he's doing it. Excellent. That spares me the trouble.
Out of us. So let's get this thing going. My name is Ceave. You're watching Ceave Perspective, a place that hopes to give interesting perspective on great games. This is Bloodborne. The game begins with us lying on a table. An old man in a wheelchair approaches us and gives us an introduction to the world. The friendly fellow tells us that we've come to the right place if we are looking for pale blood, because Yharnam is the home of blood administration. Next, we sign a contract to get some of this famous blood pumped into our own veins. The blood transfusion begins. We see a beast form out of a puddle of blood, slowly crawling towards us. The beast catches fire when it tries to devour us, and afterwards, cute little baby-like beings crawl on top of us.
Oh, hang on. The beast catches fire as it tries to devour us. That's, yeah, okay. I wonder if he's doing a little trick there. If he's saying it's trying to devour us, not in the sense that it's being aggressive, but what it sounds like, I'm just going to react to the thing as it's presented now. We'll see if he comes back to it. What it sounds like is he's saying that this is a scene where the werewolf tries to attack you, and then it is repelled by fire or killed by fire, and then the little messengers show up. I feel that the way that scene is animated, it's very clear that the werewolf is reaching out to you, right? Like that. It's not specifically. It's moving very, very, very slowly. It's approaching very slowly. It's not aggressive movement. It is coming up to you and reaching out a hand for you, as though it is inviting you in, right? Or asking you to invite it into yourself. Which for me is like, in terms of like a tone setter, is like, it's this idea, it's planting the idea that the beast is within you, beasthood is available to you, you need only reach out and claim it, and the thing that drives back the beast is fire, which is gonna be like one of the central visual elements of like the first part of Bloodborne, is that you find the villagers like burning a beast on the cross. Again, Christian themes, I wish I dove deeper into them. But like specifically that it is this thing of like fire is the thing that repels the beast, and like indeed fire is the most effective damage against beasts in the game. But there's always with hunters like the risk of embracing your beast, because that's also like, that's both the cleric beast is an example of that, and Father Gascoigne is an example of that. They are both characters who end up embracing the beast eventually. So for me, that scene there is much more about it is reaching out to you. It is inviting you in. It is inviting you to reach out to it. Like this thing is in you now because of the blood. It came out of a pool of blood, so the blood is the source of the beast, and you always have the option of reaching out to it. Would be my reading. I'm wondering if he's pulling a little fast one with the word games there, and he's going to come back to it. I'm curious.
Of us. Before we fall unconscious. We awaken on this table an unknown amount of time later, and in true From Software fashion, we are left alone, with absolutely no idea on what's going on. There is only a node next to us, the infamous node that is responsible for the madness that this video is about to be. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. This node here tells us our main objective of the game. We'll return to this node a couple of times again, but for now, let's die together. We leave this room and are approached by a werewolf downstairs. At this point, we don't have a weapon yet, so the wolf is very likely to tear us to shreds. After dying...
What happened to me, of course, is that I realized I couldn't beat the werewolf. I ran away from it, and I've played Bloodborne since, where I've like tried to run away from the werewolf again, and it just chases you and will not let you go. And like you're very likely to be... But when I played the game for the first time, I ran away from the werewolf, and then they just stopped chasing me, and I was like... But where's my weapon? I don't know where my weapon is. How do I get a weapon? I'm so defenseless. Man, I bet chat was hilarious while I was doing that.
We wake in a dream. The Hunter's Dream, a semi-plane of existence. There we meet Gurman, another old hunter, and choose our first weapon. We are going to beat the entire game with the Saw Cleaver, one of the 3 vanilla weapons offered at the start and one of my favorites. Awesome. So we have a weapon, no idea where to go, a cryptic note about seeking pale blood, and a werewolf to take revenge on. Let's start the game proper. Let's hop into Bloodborne's first area. Let's explore the streets of Yharnam. Let's loot some corpses. Let's unlock some shortcuts. Let's slaughter some beasts, and let's talk about Bloodborne's first boss, the Cleric Beast. Okay.
Again, interesting. I also fought the Cleric Beast first. I think a lot of people do, but it is technically completely optional. He's probably going to say that now, the moment I unpause. And like, oh, you can technically fight like a bunch of other bosses first rather than... Is he going to do that? That's going to be funny.
Okay, so story time. Here's a fun fact about my most recent playthrough. The Cleric Beast is the boss in a base game that killed me the most. But the reason why the Cleric Beast killed me so often has barely anything to do with the Cleric Beast. The reason is a different one. There is this weird thing when reviewing games that I barely ever see anyone talk about. At least I tend to engage with games differently when I record them than I do when I just play them casually.
Oh yeah.
That sometimes completely changes how I think about certain elements in games.
Yes.
See, recording a playthrough of a game is surprisingly stressful. There are tons of things to keep in mind while recording. We want to make sure that the camera is steadily behind our character.
Yes.
So as not to end up with extremely hectic footage. We want to make sure to look at the action in somewhat cinematic angles. We want to make sure the gameplay we record is good looking, fluid gameplay. We want to make sure we move at a steady pace through the game.
I will say, I've never been... I've always wanted to worry about like delivering gameplay that looks good in motion. I've never been able to do it, because once the fighting starts, especially in the Souls game, I cannot. But like, oh god, everything he says here resonates so hard. Yes, it fucking sucks. But it's also cool. Like, I find that, exactly like he's saying, when you're recording gameplay, when you're playing a video game to record it and to, like, pass commentary on it or as part of content making, you engage with it very, very differently. Like, I would not have gotten, I think, nearly half as much out of Bloodborne as I did if I hadn't been playing it constantly with an eye towards observing meaning. Like, if I hadn't constantly had my content creator eyes on, looking for interesting details, thinking about, hey, what would be interesting to show to an audience who was watching me play this game, right? That changes your engagement very much. And it also changes your interpretation of the game, I think, substantially. When you look at it through that lens, because you prioritize different information, you look at and for different things. Which is like, there's probably a video essay in that subject alone, isn't there? It's one of those problems of like, I can't go back and play Bloodborne for the first time again. Too late. But it would be so fascinating if I could like make a clone of myself that could play Bloodborne for the first time without being a content creator about it. And I could talk to them about like, okay, so how did you interpret the thing? Did you notice this thing? Or did you know, like, what would they notice that I wouldn't, right? That's a really good point. Interesting.
to record us standing AFK in front of a shop for 10 minutes while we answer texts on our phone. We have to keep an eye out that the capture card doesn't bug out. There's enough storage available on the SD and to end each session in a logical way so that we end up with footage that is well organized. It's not a huge issue or anything, it's just an observation. I tend to engage with games differently once the recording button is blinking, up to the point that recording a game sometimes completely changes how I interact with the game. So what has all of this to do with Bloodborne, one might ask? Well, surprisingly, a lot, as the fact that I was recording the game completely changed how I experienced Bloodborne's beginning. See, as you may have already noticed, most of the footage of the game is recorded with the user interface turned off. Bloodborne has an option to turn off the user interface, and you know, since I always try to grab the best looking footage when playing a game, I decided to do this playthrough with the user interface turned off. There are some bosses and spots where we just need to see it to know what is going on, but other than that, I played most of the game without knowing my own health, the amount of blood vials on me, the enemy's health, or my own stamina. And the game is surprisingly enjoyable.
Oh, that is cool. That's cool. I mean, presumably, like, partly accidental, but yeah, shit, fuck, that would change everything. Because, like, now you have to fucking guesstimate when you have to heal. Like, ooh, that, And certainly that, like, I can definitely see that as a kind of role-playing playthrough where, like, you're playing much more from the perspective of a hunter, essentially. Like, in the sense of, like, you don't have an instant mental map of exactly what's in your inventory, how many blood vials you have left, exactly what your health is and how much you can take more of punishment, and, like, exactly when your enemy is going to die so you know when to, like, go ham and go aggressive. Yeah, that's going to change a lot. Fucking hell, dude. You fucking without your fucking interfucking face? Fucking hell. That's insane. Oh my god, like, this is one of the things with bosses and Bloodborne again, is like, I have often wished that I could have get a video output from that game just without the interface, so that I'd have clean footage for whenever I want to fucking, like, put something on screen that doesn't have the goddamn UI all over it, but still also play the game with the UI so I can see what the hell I'm doing. So props to Ceave, holy shit, for managing to get through Bloodborne, like, mostly without the interface. Jesus Christ.
Without all this information, if we don't know our current stamina, we really have to develop a feeling for how many attacks we can do before we are exhausted. If we don't know how much HP an enemy has at any given time, we always have to assume that the fight won't be over after our next attack. If we don't know our own health, we have to make really interesting decisions about when to heal and about what hits we can tank. It's not like the definitive way to play the game or anything, but you know, if you're familiar with the game and are looking for a challenge, playing without UI is actually really interesting and unique way to experience the game. And
I kind of want to do that now.
Experienced something I never experienced before.
I mean, I'll rage quit.
You see, playing without the HUD takes a bit of adjustment time. Because of this, I overhealed a lot during the beginning of my playthrough. And because of this overhealing, something happened to me that hadn't happened to me before. I ran out of blood vials during the Cleric Beast fight. See, Bloodborne's healing system is a bit unusual. In Bloodborne, we heal ourselves by shooting a blood vial into our bloodstream. Those heal about a third of our HP, and we can carry 20 of those vials with us at the beginning of the game. Whenever we get a blood vial that exceeds the limit of 20, it goes into our storage box. When we die, we get 20 new blood vials from the storage box. Here's the thing, however, we can run out of blood vials. The storage can go to zero. And if this happens, we spawn without any healing whatsoever after death. We can end up in a situation where we don't have access to any form of healing anymore. We can always get new vials, since a shop and hunter stream sells them, but in order to buy those, we need blood echoes, the currency of the game. So if we struggle at a specific part of the game, or at a specific boss, then a feedback loop from hell kicks in. Since we struggle at the boss, we need a lot of healing when attempting the boss. Since we need so
I will say, you can farm them pretty easily in Yharnam from the troll enemies, where, like, they have a very obviously telegraphed brick, like, obviously telegraphed attacks in general. You can kind of just visceral them to death without too much trouble. But no, yeah, like, oh boy, that is a fucking challenge run. Holy shit.
much healing, we sooner or later run out of blood vials. Once we run out of blood vials, however, the boss becomes exponentially more difficult. We can't recover from mistakes anymore without healing, which leaves us with only two options, and that is to grind blood echoes or to buy new healing items. And this is exactly what happened to me with the cleric beast. I ran out of healing vials. So that's my first problem with Bloodborne's healing system. If we're stuck at some part of the game, the blood vial system makes us stuck even more. But that is just the first half of the problem. See, I've played Bloodborne countless times, and once I got adjusted to not seeing my health at all times, I started to need much less healing items. So few in fact, that the 20 blood vials just became too much healing. I didn't really struggle at any other spot of the base game again for the entire rest of my playthrough.
Oh no, no, why would you put that on screen?
Boss fights way too easy. We can come back from pretty much all mistakes as long as we play a bit carefully. And it's actually this side of the blood vial system that I dislike the most. If we aren't struggling with the game, then the blood vial system just gives us access to way too much healing. There's a certain spot at which we start to gain more vials than we use while playing. Once we are past this spot, the game becomes exponentially easier, because once we cross this threshold, healing is free and plentiful. But if we are below this threshold, if we struggle with the game and need more healing items than we find while playing, well then Bloodborne becomes more and more difficult while playing it. In this case, healing becomes scarcer and scarcer, and something we periodically have to grind for. But it gets even worse, because we buy the healing items with blood echoes, the currency that is also used to level our character. If we have to spend a lot of experience points on healing, then we obviously have less points to level up, which means our overall power level ends up being below someone who has no trouble playing the game to begin with. It's completely backwards. The system gives people that are doing fine access to way too much healing, while people that are struggling with the game become starved for healing items.
Which, hey, like this is the thing that I did focus on somewhat more in my Bloodborne playthrough. Hey, there's a class thing going on in Bloodborne. There's a thing about economics and like how if you have access to a lot of the blood, that just gives you unfair advantages over everyone else in the world, and that sort of allows you to come out on top in situations where you ought to struggle. Like, yeah, that sounds like what the healing church does, doesn't it? Sure sounds like exactly what they do and what the Vile Bloods do, which I'm interested to see if he goes there.
Because of the system, it's honestly a train wreck in my humble onion. Lies of P is a really interesting game that was released a while ago. Lies of P's setting is a dark, twisted version of Carlo Collito's Pinocchio. Lies of P's combat and Bloodborne's combat system share a lot of similarities. The stamina bar is present. We have a dodge button, a weak attack and a strong attack. We can parry enemies. You know, it's very traditional Souls combat. However, there is one very curious difference: the healing system. So how does healing in Lies of P work, one might ask? Well, here's the thing. We have a set amount of healing charges, 5 at the beginning of the game, that is refilled whenever we reach a checkpoint. So we always have a set amount of healing that represents our ability to recover from mistakes, from one checkpoint to the next. So far so simple. Here, however, is where the system becomes really interesting. If we run out of healing, we do not run out of healing entirely. We can recover one healing charge. How do we recover this charge? Well, by attacking enemies. Whenever we hit an enemy, we recover a tiny bit of a healing charge. If we manage to fill it completely, we can use it again to heal, but we can't regain more than one charge this way. And this simple system is, in my opinion, miles better than what Bloodborne does. Having a fixed amount of healing means that it is equally difficult for each player to get from checkpoint to checkpoint, you know? Struggling players aren't starved for healing anymore, and experienced players aren't drowning in healing charges. It's the same for everyone.
So his point is not bad. I do think that Bloodborne's healing system is... I think the idea of it was to be a lot more forgiving than a typical Souls game. Because like a typical Souls game, Dark Souls for example, you pop the Estus flask, you make yourself vulnerable for a while. Right, like you pop the Estus flask, lots of enemies, like lots, especially in Dark Souls 2, I noticed this, but like lots of enemies in Elden Ring also seem to be programmed to punish you for healing during combat if you're healing at an unsafe time. right? Like it seems to be something that the encounter designers have built into the combat logic of these characters, and like just built into their patterns, that if you try to heal at any moment that is unsafe, you're going to get a face full of axe, right? You're going to get a face full of claws, and you're going to get hurt, and it's not going to be worth it for you, to encourage you to be like careful and conscientious about exactly how and when you heal. And I think Bloodborne, because it was a more high intensity, high action game, because it is in many ways more difficult than other Souls-likes, and I know people are gonna have their opinions about that. I get so fucking tired of the people who are like, well, Dark Souls wasn't hard at all. I played it one time and I beat all the bosses and I never took a thing. Like, fuck off. Fuck off. No one cares. That doesn't matter. I think Bloodborne's healing system was actually designed to be more forgiving to beginners in the way that Souls games tend to conceptualize, air quotes, being forgiving, right? And that's the discourse that often happens about Dark Souls, for example, is that Dark Souls is hard, but there are many, many, many ways for the player to make it easier for themselves. Like, for example, grinding is always an option in Dark Souls. That's something Dark Souls 2, like, messed with. But you can always go, like, if you're struggling with a boss, you can always just go around, kill a bunch of the weaker enemies. It's a time investment. It punishes you by stealing your time to do this. But you can grind your way up so to the point where you can just kind of stat check them, right? Like, where you are just powerful enough that you can put on a big set of armor and face tank them, which is certainly how I beat some of the bosses in Dark Souls 1 during my first playthrough. And I think Bloodborne, with the 20 blood vials, like the 20 opportunities to heal your health by a third, right? Like, it's like, what, 2 full health bars plus a bit that you sort of have there, along with the rally system that rewards you for being aggressive against enemies. I think that was designed to be more forgiving. Like, I think he has a reasonable point that, like, that you can run into this, like, escalating loop, but it's a loop that is, you know, escapable. It's just that what Dark Souls does is that it punishes you by demanding more of your time, right? Which is like the thing of like that's sort of core to a lot of the design philosophy there, is that you can beat this game if you put enough time into it, right? Like, and that can be putting time into learning the mechanics and perfecting shit and getting good, right? Like, absolutely. But also just by being stubborn, by getting up over and over and over again, by keeping going, by keeping grinding, no matter how hard it is, you can beat a Dark Souls game. You can beat a Souls game. That's sort of part of the game's approach to the philosophy. And I think his criticism is valid. It's just, I disagree that the healing system in Bloodborne is not generous. I think it is very generous. Doesn't mean it's perfect. Doesn't mean it doesn't have the problem that he's describing. Just that saying that it's like just accumulating resources to stronger players is not accurate. I don't think. But again, like I feel like there is probably, you could derive a class commentary from Bloodborne's healing system, specifically like this thing of like the impulse to hoard blood demands that you go out and just kill and kill and kill and kill and kill and kill and kill, right? Like, in this way, like, that beasthood is a class thing, which is something that you see when you get to Lower Yharnam, right? That the beasts that live there, the humans that have transformed into the normal beasts, for the most part, like, aren't that interested in attacking anyone or killing anyone, and seem to be sort of visually patterned and coded after the huddled masses, whereas Upper Yharnam, where you begin the game, is the upper-class neighborhood full of very fancy houses. You can hear people having fucking parties on the night of the hunt. Like, and it's fans. It's like, even Gascoigne's mansion, like, oh, have you seen Papa? Papa went out. Oh, I know not where he's gone. Here, have my fancy little music box with which to bring Papa back home, oh please. Right? Like, it's the higher class area, whereas Lower Yharnam is the lower class area. And they have all been turned into beasts, which is the thing of, like, you have to scrabble and kill and engage in brutality in order to acquire resources, because, like, access to blood is money. Literally money. Like, blood is literally money in Bloodborne, right? Where was I going with this? Anyway, ADHD, let's just keep watching.
one. However, the fact that the last healing charge can be regained by playing flawlessly for a while allows us to always come back if we play really well for a bit, which means we can never end up in a hopeless situation. It's kind of the best of both worlds. To add on top of this, it is also a system that organically creates really tense and memorable moments. It's awesome. Lies of P, a Bloodborne-inspired game.
So I have not played Lies of P. I'm gonna get to it eventually. But I have several friends who played it, and they all complained that they found the healing system to be really fucking punishing in this way, and very limiting in the ways that you're able to engage with the game. Because like Bloodborne is the thing that you have the rally system, right? It rewards you. It rewards you very heavily for being aggressive, right? So Bloodborne encourages that playstyle by offering rewards for doing it. What I've heard from other people is that Lies of P feels like it punishes you for not being aggressive. Right, like specifically that it's a thing of like, play the game this way, you motherfucker, or so help me God, right? Whereas again, Bloodborne is a game where you can kind of play a lot more defensively if you want to, right? And it costs you blood echoes, it costs you more healing vials, because the longer a fight goes on, the more defensively you play. Generally, the more hits you're going to take, but that's where like having lots of healing vials, you can always go grind for more, right? Like Bloodborne is allows for a more open-ended engagement in that way, which is one of the things again about Souls games. Like they sort of allow you to design your own difficulty a bit if you're willing to put the time into the system that it demands, which is an accessibility issue in and of itself. Not everybody is capable of doing that. It's like, again, I haven't played Lies of P. I can't say what my take would be on it if I did, but I do know that for other people who've played it, they have talked to me about like how not being able to increase their healing charges, not being able to do anything, to do any kind of grinding, to get access to more healing, to enable them to play a playstyle that they're more comfortable with or enjoy more, which might be more defensive, which might be slower. Or like they don't want to do the rally thing of like building up a healing charge in their thing by constantly being forced to aggress on the boss, even when they don't feel comfortable doing it. Like they found that very frustrating, right? So, yeah, be that as it may. Anyway,
found a much better solution to healing than Bloodborne did itself. Hooray! But back to Yharnam with us. Eventually, we slaughter the first boss, we explore the streets some more, take a plunge into Yharnam's canalization, slay a pig or two, and after a while...
Why would she keep doing the colorectomy? Stop it!
Father Gascoigne, a hunter just like us. He even wields one of the 3 starting weapons. Just like us, he's out there hunting beasts. How lovely. However, he also tries to brutally murder us. Why does another hunter want to kill us? As a matter of fact, he's the second boss we encounter, but things get even weirder. Halfway through the fight, this happens. Suddenly Gascoigne transforms under a massive pain and turns into a wild beast. A hunter that is supposed to hunt beasts turns into a beast himself. What is going on in Yharnam? Defeating him allows us to reach the Cathedral Ward, a central place in the game. The next area we have to explore is called Old Yharnam, but Old Yharnam is closed off. Once we reach the entrance, the door is shut and a warning is drawn on top of it. A warning that warns us from entering. If we ignore this warning, something really interesting happens. We enter a burned down area, beasts are strolling around, and the whole place is filled with a heavy smoke. As soon as we enter, Dura, another hunter, tells us to turn around at once. And if we ignore his warning, he actually starts to fire at us. He fires at us with a freaking Gatling gun. This here is a really interesting moment when playing the game for the first time. So far, we've slain a gigantic beast, we've seen another hunter suddenly transform into a beast himself, and now we encounter a third hunter. This one opens fire at us as soon as we attack a beast. Our first time through the game, we're probably maximally confused at this point. What the fuzzy is going on in Bloodborne's brutal world? Well, to understand Bloodborne's world, we first have to understand the themes that are operating it. It's kind of funny because usually we look at the story to understand its themes, but with Bloodborne, it is honestly the other way around. It is easier to understand its story if we first look at the game's themes. So let's try to distill the themes that are operating Bloodborne's world in the background first.
Let's
and
hear
what
it.
better way to take a look at the game's themes than to look back at the very first look we ever got onto Bloodborne. Let's travel back 10 years in time. And let's discuss Bloodborne's reveal trailer, because the reveal trailer carries some secrets that are key to unlocking Bloodborne's mysterious world. Bloodborne's reveal trailer was first shown during Sony's press conference at E3 2014. It's a cinematic trailer. So, cinematic trailers usually really suck as a game reveal for a very simple reason. They show no gameplay. However, cinematic trailers are really interesting to watch after a game has been released, precisely because those trailers don't show gameplay. You see, a cinematic release trailer wants to give people an idea on how the game will feel when they get to play it, but it can't show gameplay footage. So how do they give people an idea of how the game is going to feel without them showing the actual game? Well,
Diablo 4's case by fucking lying. Because it did not feel a shit of a fuck like anything they showed in the trailers. Fucking live service monetized, constantly instanced. Oh, a new dungeon has spawned with treasure goblin monsters in it. Go there, click on the thing. So, like, Diablo, oh my god, that's a whole separate thing. But Diablo, motherfucking, what a game that disappeared up the asshole of its own core gameplay loop. Like, Jesus. I remain infinitely disappointed and saddened by the way that Diablo sacrificed almost everything about its world building on the altar of click thing, drop thing, make number go up Skinner box. That, ancient deep frustration with me as an ancient gamer who still remembers how the first Diablo game made me feel, and none of them have ever managed to do anything like it ever again. Sad times. Anyway, sorry, Ceave, go on.
One way would be to show imagery that is heavily inspired by the themes and the core ideas of the game and its settings, which is exactly what the Bloodborne trailer does.
And what Diablo 4 does not do. Fuck you, Diablo 4. Waste of a fantastic villain in Lilith. Oh my god, anyway.
It is, while looking back at it, it's really helpful to understand the core ideas behind the game. Hooray! So, the very first shot of the trailer shows blood slowly dripping into a liquid, an image that reminds us of a blood transfusion. Next we got a shot of Yharnam that slowly reveals a dark street. At the center of the street, something very curious is placed. A cradle. We then get a bunch of shots of the streets of Yharnam. Some beastly citizens are walking through the street. A dog is shown, looking like it really should pay a vet mat a visit. Then a hunter is shown for the very first time. They drag another murdered dog off the streets. The trick weapons are introduced. We get a couple of fast shots of the hunter fighting, before fading to black. The next scene shows the hunter executing one of the beastly citizens. We don't see the shot being fired, however. Instead, the camera zooms on the eye of the mad villager first. This shot here is super important for something unrelated to Bloodborne's themes, and it will pop up later again. It would be super nice of you if you were so kind to, I don't know, maybe write "Don't forget the trailer shot with the eye" onto a small sticky note and pin it onto the side of your display or something, just so that we don't forget this shot. Thank you so
I will
much for your
try,
support.
but again,
That is
unmedicated
very kind of
ADHD.
you, helpful viewer. Next, the name of the game drops, Bloodborne, and then we switch to the next scene, where we explore an ancient tomb-like area in torchlight. We get a shot of an angel statue that is missing its head. Other statues are praying to the headless
Did he say angel?
angel. This
Oh, well, yeah, I guess. But isn't that the statue that's pretty much the statue that you find in the chapel with both Lawrence and Amelia? And now I'm doubting myself. Am I wrong? Does that statue have angel wings? Because I feel like it doesn't. I feel like it doesn't have angel wings. I feel like it was more sort of designed to... I may be wrong about that. I'll have to check.
statue is carrying a jug, and a dark liquid is slowly dripping out of it. I believe this liquid to be blood. This blood drops into the center of a gigantic beast skull that is placed on top of an altar. We want to touch
That
the
being
skull,
Ludwig.
but suddenly get attacked by a beast ourselves. And with this, the trailer ends. All right.
Which is interesting, by the way, because like it always seemed to me that in the trailer, the skull on the altar was Ludwig's. Right? It was his. Because it looks like the horse head thing manifests, whereas Lawrence's skull has much more of that sort of stag antler thing going on, which... but again, am I wrong about that? Because I wasn't paying that close attention when I found his skull in Amelia's... Huh. Curious. I should maybe go back and look at that, because... Yeah, I should note, it has been about a year and a half since I last played Bloodborne at this point, so Probably there's a lot of stuff I'm forgetting. Oh, you make me curious. I want to boot it up right now, but that probably shouldn't do that while I'm recording a pre-action.
Let's pull out our trailer dissecting tools. Not that one. That's the scuba gear. Those are the trailer dissecting tools. Excellent. And let's get to work. The first shot shows us a blood transfusion. A blood transfusion is a really interesting image because we insert something of someone else into ourselves. Blood in that case, to heal us. And that is already one of the themes of Bloodborne, injecting something foreign, symbolized by blood, to heal us. The next shot shows us the streets of Yharnam. That one is even more interesting, because there's only one thing prominently placed in the center of Yharnam's streets. This thing is a cradle, which symbolizes the second thing Bloodborne is concerned
with. A stroller,
with.
technically.
So what does a cradle symbolize? Well, birth and beginning. And with that we can already make sense of the next thing. So I hope you're currently sitting, because the next revelation is so stunning it may otherwise knock you off your feet. The next shot reveals to us that Bloodborne is in fact called Bloodborne. This may not look like the biggest revelation of the century at first, but there's a lot we can learn from it. See, there is a reason they called the game Bloodborne. The game could as well have been called Yharnam Streets, or Healing Blood, or Blood Hunt, Huntsborn, or Hunter's Blood, or whatever, but they chose to go with blood and born, and they did so for a good reason, because those are the central themes of the game. Which brings us back to the first shot of the trailer. The first thing they show is a blood transfusion, followed by a cradle. One thing associated with blood, one thing associated with being born. Those two things are at the center of the game. The born and the cradle symbolize the birth of something, the beginning, the genesis, the emerging of something. This something is symbolized by the blood. The blood in the world of Bloodborne is something we inject to heal. But what does the blood symbolize? What are we entering into our system? Well, the final shot of the trailer gives us a potential answer. Here, a headless statue of an angel literally pours blood.
Yeah. I keep wanting to be like a critical aspect. Well, that's so basic. That's so, but it's not. Like this, I have played Bloodborne a lot. I have stared at that game for too many hours and thought about it. But this is actually good craft and something that I am sometimes a little bit bad at doing, which is to establish that which seems obvious to someone who's been staring themselves blind on it for like 90 hours or whatever. But to actually like to lay down those foundations, that's something that I've been very dissatisfied with in my own essay writing sometimes, is that I do have a tendency to jump ahead to sort of partly by a mix of self-doubt that like no one wants to hear me do this. Like that's the boring part, that get to the good part. And partly, again, unmedicated ADHD, I am so impatient to get to the air quotes good part that I can be bad at laying down my foundations. And I like watching that sequence right there. I felt myself growing impatient. Like, yes, Bloodborne, it's obvious. It's like, it's blood, it's birth, and it's like about having things born to you into the blood, like a bloodborne disease. Like, yeah, fine, get to the point. Like, if I was writing this, I would say that to myself, right? Like, I'd be like, get to the point. What the fuck are you doing? You're boring the audience. Move on, move on, move on. It is actually oftentimes better to do it the way that Ceave is doing it, like to really establish the foundation and the basis so that the audience can follow you when you go off on one, right? And it's like that's something I have multiple times in the Boss Science of Bloodborne been frustrated by, like by parts of the audience who like leave comments where they clearly didn't understand what I was saying, and it's like, your immediate instinct is to be mad at them. Like, fucking just pay attention to what I'm saying. Come on, follow me. Like, it's so obvious. It's so clear. But you have to have, like, you have to have the humility to be able to say, okay, probably that's at least partly because I didn't do a good enough job, right? And that haunts me sometimes. Like, that thing of, like, did I have a really good point? And then I like, just failed to... I just failed to bring it across. Like, did I not do a good enough job of being a communicator here? And oftentimes I don't. Like, oftentimes I feel like I don't do a good enough job. I don't spend enough time on the fundamentals. I go off on one and I chase down my themes and my ideas. I'm like, oh, this is cool. Geez, I think. Yeah. I think Ceave probably does it better here. I started this interruption by being annoyed, like being, yeah, fuck it, Bloodborne, I get it. And then sort of immediately I kind of thought the better of it. And it's like, no, wait, actually, maybe that annoys you because you recognize from yourself that this is something you're bad at, actually, baby boy. Maybe you should reflect on this for a second.
into the head of a beast. Once again, it is an image of blood entering a system. Here, it enters a skull, symbolizing the blood enters the brain, or, you know, our thoughts. The blood is the blood of an angel. It's faith. In my understanding of the game, blood in Bloodborne is a metaphor for faith. The blood is a stand.
Oh, is it now? Oh my. Yes, good. See, again, sitting here with regrets that I didn't examine faith more closely in my analysis of Bloodborne. Because, yes, turning into Jeff Goldblum, yes, good angle. I don't know that I agree, but I think it's a very valid interpretation. Like, I think the blood is, like, I don't want to go off on one about this right now, but, like, the blood is faith, and it is, like, and it enters the mind and takes it over, and because that means the assertion is that faith is what makes you a beast. Right? And but I'd be interested is he driving towards the idea that faith makes you a beast, and then gonna contrast that with, like, the research hall and, like, the ascension that happens in, like, Yosefka through science that sort of turns you into the ascended one? Is he gonna make the argument that those are equivalent, like that they're both kinds of derangement? Because I think that's a reading that's pretty popular and one that is supported by the text of the game. Or is he gonna, like, try and draw a distinction, like, no, turning into a beast is bad, it sucks, like, being faithful is bad, it's because he brought up Nietzsche, right? Like, Nietzsche, who had this very specific idea about how Christianity was a slave morality, right? Like, there was a weakening of the soul that turned you into a degenerate human. Well, he didn't necessarily go that far, but, like, Nietzsche had some views about Christianity. He was not a fan. So is he going to run with that? Because that would be... Then I understand, like, the warning about blasphemy up front, which is like... Yeah, like, okay, yeah. Because it's because, like, the blood of is the ancient blood of the old ones, right? Like, it is this ancient blood that has been left over by an ancient civilization that is now long dead, which, again, is, like, pretty strong metaphor for Christianity in general. So I don't think it's an invalid interpretation at all. Like, it comports with the themes of the games, the text of the game as I understand it. I just don't think I agree with it. I think there is a... Like, because specifically because, like, I have these interpretations of Bloodborne that view it very much through a queer lens, right? Like, that view it very much through the lens of problematizing monsterhood and problematizing what it means exactly to be human. Indeed, as Bloodborne itself problematizes what exactly it means to be sane. Because it, on the one hand, the text of the game often claims that gaining too much insight will drive you insane, right? Like, it'll make you mad, right? Like, you'll go crazy. But then on the other hand, having enough insight is also necessary in order for you to see reality as it technically actually is. With, like, the amygdala that everyone runs into outside of the chapel, right? That picks you up invisible and kills you, and you're like, what the fuck just happened here? Well, you have to have enough insight, and then you can see it, and you can see the world as closer to what it actually is. You can recognize the thing that actually destroyed you. With this constant back and forth push and pull, that the more insight you gain, and this is sort of my parasite theory of Bloodborne, that insight, that knowledge of the supernatural, the occult, and of science, knowledge of reality, knowledge of the world in that sense, like, is a parasitizing influence. Like, it's an influence that forces you to think a certain way that serves the interests of something other than yourself, right? Like, it's like the myth of toxoplasmosis, right? Essentially. So that's a really... See, this is why I watch his video essays. That's an interesting idea. Let us see you develop it, my friend.
For our beliefs. What is metaphorically happening in this shot is that an angel pours beliefs into a mind. The blood is faith, which brings us back to the title of the game. Bloodborne is a play on how faith first entered our consciousness, which is one of the most central themes of the game. Below its bloody surface, Bloodborne is exploring the question of how and why faith first arose, why and how it entered our belief systems, and what the consequences were. So, I know what you're probably currently thinking.
Do you?
Ceave man. That sounds like a bit of a stretch.
No.
Which I'd like to reply, it certainly is.
No, it's not.
We're just using the trailer to figure out what to look for in Bloodborne, not as evidence that the game is all about this. The trailer just gives us an idea for what to look for in the game. The trailer hints at the game being about the emergence of faith. There is an
I see that I disagree with very strongly. I don't think the trailer hints at the emergence of faith at all. I think, and this is a criticism, this is genuinely a criticism, at this point at least, I think that's a conclusion that's drawn backwards from the trailer, from understanding the game and sort of arriving at, oh, this game is definitely examining faith a lot, sort of going back to the trailer and then looking for things that can be interpreted to be signs of faith in the trailer. I think the idea the angel is pouring ideas into... I think that's a weak analysis, specifically because of the way that, like, again, blood transubstantiation, like the connection between these things and Christianity, specifically that blood in Bloodborne is constantly spoken of as healing, right? It's mechanically treated as healing, where, like, people who are turning into beasts turn to the healing church for salvation from that fate, right? They pray, at least at first, beware the old blood, at first they pray to the healing church to be delivered from beasthood, to be protected from turning into monsters and beasts. And the healing church makes it its business to exterminate beasts and protect the people from beasts, right? So if a beast is a person who has had the most faith poured into their head, like who is the most faithful, that's sort of who are zealots of the healing church, then why are all of the beasts locked away in Lower Yharnam? Why are all the humans the ones who maintain loyalty to the healing church? Like, think of Alfred, for example. I disagree. I think it's not a strong reading of the game, but it's interesting because he's not, like... It's not like it's wrong. It's just a different interpretation. It's one I don't buy it. I really don't. Not yet. Like, maybe I will by the end of the video. Who knows? Which we'll get to. We've been going for an hour and 10 minutes, and we're 26 minutes into this thing. So in 4 hours, maybe he's got me. Maybe he's got me convinced. But for now, that's a really, really, really interesting perspective that I do not agree with. Oh, this is cool. Good. Go on.
Element of healing. There's the question how this faith entered our system in the first place. There's an element of change that this faith caused, and so on. Cool. Now that we know what we're looking for, let's see if we can find traces of those ideas somewhere in Bloodborne. Here we go. The entire game of Bloodborne follows a moon cycle that ends with a blood moon. A moon cycle that ends with a blood moon is an obvious metaphor for menstruation.
Yes.
Menstruation being
Absolutely.
obviously strongly linked to pregnancy. Then there is Yharnam herself. Yharnam was...
Are you going where I think you're going? Because that's... I'm not going to say anything because I could be wrong, and I don't want to jump the gun. I'm wrangling my ADHD as we speak. My tendency to jump ahead. Is he going where I think he's going? That's adding a different perspective to the conversation if he is. Let's see.
Queen of a civilization that fell long before the events of the game. She got impregnated by a god and gave birth to its child. Bearing a child of God is what Virgin Mary did.
Yes.
Yharnam, wearing an entirely white dress, reminds us of innocence and virginity as well. Two other things associated with
Again, that's correct. Like, that's, objectively speaking, the big white wedding dress is meant in Christian culture to evoke, like virginity, purity, innocence, like, all of those things sort of meant to be associated with it. But it's also death. That's the other thing, is like, and this is something that I don't actually know. They must have this in Germany as well. Ceave is German, But we have, here in Denmark at least, there is the tradition of the White Lady. which is not like a woman angrily calling the cops on a black man for existing in public, but it is most of the castles that we have hauntings. Like pretty much every castle in this fucking country is haunted as fuck, and most of them will have a white lady, and the white lady is usually, sort of depending on the version of her, a benevolent specter that paces the halls of an ancient castle and just sort of sees to things, like maybe picks up a thing that's fallen over or like writes a picture on the wall. Generally nothing to worry about. She's pretty benevolent. She's just kind of walking around. Don't disturb her, leave her alone, and you'll be fine. Then there's the gray ladies, and they're not nice. You don't want to run into a gray lady. You especially don't want to run into a brown lady. Again, not I don't think it's racist, I'm pretty sure. But a brown colored ghost is bad. She's gonna try and choke you to death in your bed, essentially, is what she's gonna do. Because those are the ghosts of like lovers who were murdered by their husbands, and who will, if you sleep in the castle, especially if you happen to sleep in the room that her husband used to sleep in, she's gonna be like, oh, my husband's back, time for vengeance, and choke you to death in your sleep, which is not good. Gray ladies are a little bit more, again, if you leave them alone, they're generally fine, but they're closer to like a banshee, that they might chase you down, and give you a bad time if you encounter them in the hallway, and don't show them the proper deference. But like the fact that Yharnam is pure white is also, for me at least, that's also specifically a reference to death, and that there is a very specific equivalence being drawn here between like Yharnam was raped. Is my interpretation. Is essentially raped. She was unwillingly impregnated. Like, well, not necessarily unwillingly. She might have been a willing participant in the ritual, but she's wearing fucking handcuffs, right? Like, she's wearing handcuffs, and her midsection is sliced open where they, like, ripped the baby out of her, and killed her in an act of sacrifice to the gods. She was impregnated whether she wanted to be or not. Let's call it that. And then she was murdered in order for the civilization of ancient, like the ancient Yharnamites, what are they called? The precursor civilization, the Sumerians. There it is. Sumerians slaughtered her like a piece of cattle in order to extract the infant great one from her. Right, to use, like, to empower themselves. But specifically that visually the game is drawing a very strong parallel between birth and death. That these are kind of two sides of the same coin, that in order to be born you have to die, that in order to die you have to be born, right? Because that's again, my interpretation of the game, that's something that's very present in Bloodborne, is this thing of, like, death and rebirth. Which, like, arguably is the thing that happens in the secret ending of the game, where you defeat the Nameless Moon Presence and you die, and you are reborn as something else, right? And transformation into a beast is again a form of death, and then rebirth into some. So I think specifically the white dress, he might just say this, like, fuck, again, I'm jumping the gun here, because maybe he'll just say that in the next 5 seconds, that, oh, it's also, she's a ghost. The white dress is death.
Virgin Mary. The huge blood petal on her belly reminds us of birth, menstruation, and her losing her innocence. Symbolisms that once again remind us of giving birth. Then there are lots of cradles all over the place in Yharnam. There are those blood-sucking, female-coded enemies in the game that are certainly pregnant with blood.
Ooh, shit, that's actually a good point. I should probably have picked up on that. I saw them as mosquitoes. But of course, they're in fucking Canehurst. And they're sucking up all the, like, you find them first in Canehurst, they're sucking up all the blood, gorging themselves, getting those pregnant bellies out of it, and that's also where fucking Annalise, who's... Good catch, Ceave. That fucking somehow passed me by completely. They are visual representations of, like, the nature of Annalise as well, who's, like, also a being that's consuming untold amounts of blood in order to carry a child of blood. Oh my god. I should have seen that. Oh my fucking god, I should have seen that. That's pretty fucking obvious in hindsight. Damn it! Oh, that would have made my episode about the fucking Canehurst thing better. Damn it!
The boss of the DLC is literally the freshly born child of a god. Once again, an image that reminds us of Christ, and therefore of the beginning of religion. Next there...
Again, not not that it's wrong, right? Like, nothing I'm saying here, none of my objections are like, I objectively have a better opinion. I understand completely where he gets that interpretation from. I see the orphan fundamentally differently. Like, I don't think there's anything Christ-like whatsoever about the orphan. I really don't. I really don't think any part of the orphan has any relation to Christ, because the orphan is an abortion. Like, that's, as I understand that fight, as I understand that character, that the orphan is, and like, it is the player essentially being forced to commit a symbolic abortion of an unviable fetus. And it sort of, again, it ties into, because Mother Koss was hooked by a giant fish hook that pierced her womb and killed her and left her stranded ignominiously like a jellyfish on the shore. Like, just a humiliating, sad, pathetic, painful, awful, needless death. And that fishing hook lodged itself in the placenta of the child, which then, during the fight inside of the nightmare of Koss, right, uses that fish hook with its own cancerous placenta on it as a weapon to beat you over the head with, right? And it's like, you can see it as you can see it in part as like forcible abortions that are forced on women, sterilization, right? Like because so much of Bloodborne is about women and their agency over their bodies, and the horror of pregnancy and the horror of how women are treated and their bodies are treated because they are capable of becoming pregnant. And like, the scholars of Birkenwerth came to the fishing village specifically to steal the child. They wanted the blood of a god. They wanted the child of a god, specifically, in exactly the same way that the Thumerians wanted the child of a god and ripped it out of the womb of Yharnam, right? Like, it's multiple times this image of the violated womb comes back. Violated both by forcible insemination and violated by like forcible extraction of a child, like theft of a child's body, for like to be stolen away from the mother who has borne it through pain and blood. Like, so much of Bloodborne's themes are about like the tragedy and the horror and the pain and the suffering of childbirth. So I have a very different read on the orphan. Than that. I don't think there's anything Christ-like about the orphan at all. There's something Christ-like about Lawrence, for example. Like, he specifically appears in a Pieta in the Hunter's Nightmare when he's lying on the statue. Like, that's a Pieta. He's doing a Pieta. He's very explicitly being compared to Christ. And that's also why he's burning, is because he's suffering for the sins that all of the hunters who he spawned committed in their life, right? Like, he's the Christ of hunters. I'm all over the place right now, I know, but yeah, the point I was trying to get at is I see the orphan very differently.
There's Ariana, the prostitute. She too gives birth to a god. Giving birth to an old god in general is at the core of the game. The act that changes the hunter's dream and enables us to challenge the final boss is to kill the wet nurse of Murgo. Murgo is the child that Yharnam, the Virgin Mary-coded lady from before, gave birth to. After killing the wet nurse boss, we have to wait for the invisible baby in the cradle to die before we actually get the victory.
Again, it's an interpretation to say that the baby is killed by your defeat of the wet nurse. My interpretation, and this is not something I feel as strongly about as I do with the orphan. My interpretation is not that the baby is killed by the death of the wet nurse. My interpretation is that the baby is freed, because this is Murgo's nightmare. And when you defeat the wet nurse, you kill the nightmare of Virgo and you set the baby free, because the child is already dead. And its spirit, its divine essence, has been trapped here as a lure to draw in more old gods for the School of Mensis, for like the choir, to like try and gain power from. Like, that to me, like, Murgo is a lure. That's why the baby's cry is heard everywhere in Yharnam. Like, once you get the to that point again. You just hear the baby crying all the time everywhere, because that is a signal. That's a signal that's being sent out across the cosmos to old ones who are so desperate for children that they will come to look for it, to claim it, to try and get a hold of it. That's the idea of it, as I interpret it. And so killing the wet nurse is not killing the child. It is setting the child free of its nightmare. Right? Setting its spirit free, allowing it to pass on. Like, again, in that sense, it's still killing it, but it's not, you're not murdering the child, you are fucking freeing it from purgatory. You're freeing it from hell. Because it is being tormented by the platonic ideal of a horrifying ghost that is not your mother. Right? Like, that's why it's the wet nurse is... And this goes back to the practice of wet nursing, right? Like, among especially the nobility in ancient times, like, the normal practice was the mother gives birth, maybe she feeds the child once or twice, and then you just hand them over to some other lady who has had babies and has milk in her breasts, and then she will feed the baby. Because that is below the station of a noblewoman to have to bother with such manual labor feeding a child. In part because children, like, up until very recently in history, children were not especially valued. Because they died all the time. They died all the survival rate of children was so low that emotionally women and mothers and parents and fathers and like families just did not see any reason to invest any kind of faith or emotional attachment into them until they reached a certain age threshold, at which point they would have some sort of coming of age ceremony of some kind. Where at which point they would often be given a name, and you'd still be, okay, now we're reasonably sure that you're not gonna die from baby death disease that we don't understand or whatever. You're probably gonna stick around. Okay, we can invest some emotionality into you now. That's something that changed with the Romantics especially. But like that, for a very long time, that was normal. Like this disregard of the child. The child is not really real, a real person until a certain amount of time has passed. Where the fuck was I going with it? Right, wet nurses. So, but from the perspective of a child, the wet nurse is this thing which is not its mother, stealing it away from the mother, like this clawing, grasping ghost that steals away and replaces the mother, right? Like it is the platonic ideal of the nightmare of a child is something horrible that is not your mother taking her place and pretending to be her, right? Like and that's more how I read the wet nurse. So yeah, but I should say my interpretation here is not very popular. Ceave's interpretation, like we kill the child, is the substantially more popular one and the more commonly accepted one. I just have a different way of looking at it.
Message, meaning we have to wait here for the child of a god to die. Then there's the fact that we need to consume umbilical cords to be able to unlock the...
Did I? Oh my fucking god. I filled my water bottle before I recorded this, specifically so that I have water to drink while I was recording this, because I knew I was going to talk a lot and get dry in the mouth. It's 23 minutes in and we're an hour and a half into this shit. I left it literally outside the door of my office. I thought I left it in the kitchen. Unmedicated ADHD.
Secret ending of the game. Umbilical cords are obviously, well, part of birthing. Consuming those umbilical cords is what allows us to challenge the moon presence, another god. Next there's the healing church itself. This institution is at the center of Bloodborne's setting and story. But before we can waffle about the healing church, we first have to progress a bit further in the game and establish a bit of fluff. So where did we leave again? In the middle of Gatling gunfire. Oops, if we make it through this assault alive, we reach the lower streets of Old Yarnam. Old Yarnam is a place completely overrun with beasts and burned down. At the end of it, we run into the blood-starved beast, one of my favorite boss fights in the game. After defeating
it is very
the boss,
good.
The door to the church's old workshop opens up. If we follow this path, we reach the next boss a bit later, Vicar Amelia. Poor Amelia transforms into a huge beast right in front of us. Luckily, we are here to slay her immediately. Once we successfully slaughtered her, we can touch this.
Hang on, pardon me, sorry.
We are here to slay.
Again, is that an angel wing? Yeah, I mean, I guess it must be. I think I just always did not register that as part of the statue, as more as part of the background with the tree and stuff, but I guess it is an angel wing. Okay, so that is specifically an angel. Cool, interesting, okay. Oh.
Slay her immediately. Once we successfully slaughtered her, we can touch this skull. This skull is the skull that we chatted about earlier, the one into which the blood of the angel dropped during the trailer.
Right, but that's supposed to be Lawrence's skull, right? Because it is Lawrence's skull, because it shows as a memory of Lawrence. So why does it look more like Ludwig? Oh, it doesn't. I'm just an idiot. Okay, fine. It's been too long since I played these games. It doesn't look that much more like Ludwig. It just looks a little like him.
Once we touch it, a cutscene plays. This cutscene is probably the most important cutscene in the game.
Yes, fear the old blood.
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
Oh, I know. You think now to betray me.
No, but you will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood.
Yeah, he forgot
I
it.
must take my leave.
This little cutscene is core to understanding what is going on in Yharnam. The man sitting here is called Master William. The man leaving is
Master
Lawrence.
Willem.
They both were scholars of Bergenworth. And the event that
Sorry, it's petty of me. Like, I don't pronounce names correctly half the time either. It's Willem. It's not William. It's the same name. It's just two different derivations of the same name. Fuck it. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself.
we just saw, the parting of William and Lawrence at Bergenworth, is the event in history that doomed the city of Yharnam. A long time ago, the scholars at Bergenworth made an extraordinary discovery. They found the entrance to a labyrinth that led deep down into the depths. Down there, they uncovered the remains of an old civilization, long extinct, the Potomarians. Driven by their longing for knowledge, the scholars studied the artifacts they found. But it wasn't knowledge that they found. It was something different, something that fascinated them. Something that terrified them. They discovered the eldritch truth. See, as it turns out, there are great ones out there, ageless, godlike beings that have strange powers exceeding even human imagination. There is the moon presence, for example, a great one with the power to control and influence the realm of dreams. There is Oedon, a great one who transcended the layers of existence to such an extent that they do not even have a physical form.
Speaking of pronunciations, yeah, I got this from my community a million times that it's Öden, right? Like, because it's OE, which certainly in Danish is an Ö sound, which is, yeah, that's fair enough because it has a certain connection to the thing. Doesn't matter. Again, I mispronounce names all the time too.
Form anymore. It was Oedon who impregnated the Potomurian queen, Yharnam, long ago. There is Rom, once a scholar of Bergenworth. She transcended humanity and became kin to the Great Ones by doing so. She now hides the true horrors of the cosmos from us humans. Then there is Amygdala, a great one that we still know very little about. There is the brain of Mensis, a being so terrifying it causes frenzy to whomever is exposed to its maddening aura for too long. There was Kos. No one knows
Is the brain of Mensis a great one? Technically? I thought, so that, again, that's a differentiation interpretation. I interpreted the brain of Mensis as akin to the One Reborn, which is to say a failed attempt at creating a great one. And that was why it was just like kind of left hanging in the Nightmare of Mensis, is specifically because it wasn't the great one that they had wanted it to be, and so they were trying again. Because I think the visual language of the Brain of Mensis and the One Reborn are like the same, like stitched together corpses, sort of amalgamated into a soup, essentially. Okay, yeah. Again, difference in interpretation. There might be some better evidence for it as a great one, though. That does it bleed white? I don't remember. I killed it, but I don't remember the color of the blood. Interesting.
Exactly what horrors have befallen this powerful being. All that we know is that their body one day washed ashore close to the fishing hamlet, where it gave birth to the orphan. There is Virgo, an infant great one.
Again, the fish hook in the placenta of the orphan, I think, is like, we kind of do know what happened to her. She got a fish hook in her womb that killed her.
This is the great one Queen Yarnam gave birth to. And finally, there is Ebrietas, the daughter of the cosmos. Ebrietas is special because the scholars of Bergenworth actually discovered her deep down in the depths of the old Pathmurian labyrinth. They built her an altar and they began to worship her. This altar is the altar of despair, where she resides to this very day. But it was not only the eldritch truth that they discovered in the labyrinths, they also came in contact with the old blood. No one knows exactly how the old blood was discovered. Some say there was blood hidden within the remains of the Pathmurian civilization. Others claim that the scholars extracted the blood from the daughter of the cosmos herself. Whatever the case, this blood of the old ones carried incredible healing power, and it is the healing power of exactly this blood that caused the disagreement we witnessed before. See, Master William sensed danger in the blood. He told his students to fear the old blood. Lawrence, however, disagreed, and this disagreement is what caused the two to part ways. This parting is what we were witnessing when we touched the skull after the fight against Vicar Emilia. Lawrence left Bergenworth because he wanted to use the power of the old blood to evolve humanity forward. This was the founding of the Healing Church. He used the old blood to heal the sick people of Yarnam, a process referred to as blood ministration. Thanks to the healing properties of the blood, the faith in the Healing Church quickly spread, and soon many Yarnamites were ministrating their blood. Little did they know back then. Years later, Lawrence would write, "Master William was right. Evolution without courage will be the end of our race." When Lawrence realized his mistake, it was already too late. The blood did not only heal the people of Yarnam, it also transformed them into terrifying beasts. At first, the Healing Church tried to cover up their mistake by hunting those beasts down. In order to hunt them down, a new branch of the church was founded, the Hunters. The Hunters willingly took in old blood to grow strong enough to hunt down the creatures that the church's own teachings had caused. But the Hunters weren't immune to the transformative qualities of the blood either. Some eventually turned into beasts themselves. This is what happened to...
Which, again, if your thesis is that the old blood is faith, then how do you reconcile that? Maybe I should hold my tongue on that one until he actually gets to it, because we're still in the fucking intro, right? It's like, oh God, oh, I may have made a mistake here. Yeah, no, this video is not going to get very many views. I'm not going to steal much from Ceave here, I don't think. Whew.
Father Gascoigne, the hunter we slew earlier. Ultimately, the hunters weren't able to stop the plague from spreading, and the real calamity was yet to come. A weird sickness called Asian blood befell Yarnam. We do not know if the Asian blood was caused...
Ashen blood. Ashen, as in ashy. Which specifically pale. Like, ash has a tendency to be quite bright gray and pale. It's like ashen blood, pale blood. Like, my understanding is that there's some connection between the two. It's not Asian, especially because that sounds like Asian, which a lot of people could misinterpret that, which is the thing. I don't want to shame him for his accent. I have an accent too. It comes out sometimes that I am, in fact, very Scandinavian. But that one, some people could misunderstand that pretty badly.
By blood ministration, or if blood ministration was used to cure it. What we do know, however, is that the rampant usage of blood eventually caused the entire population to turn into beasts, one by one. The church had no other choice but to burn down the place and to seal it. From then on, this place was known as Old Yarnam. Only one hunter remained there, a very stubborn one.
Again, Lower Yarnam is very specifically also in terms of its architecture, in terms of the way that it's put together, the lower class area of Yarnam. And like Upper Yarnam is very specifically the upper class area of Yarnam. Like the game sort of takes rather substantial pains to point out that the people of Upper Yarnum are like, they can just kind of hide, and every single one of them is like confident. Yeah, just like, it's the night of the hunt. It happens every once in a while. You just hide in your home and then you're fine, right? Like you don't let anyone in. Barricade the doors. Ask your friends over. Have a party, right? Like for them, that's not so cataclysmic. Whereas for the beasts, it is, no, you're gonna get fucking murdered, son. And that's a class thing. Like, not in the sense that he necessarily has to do a Marxist analysis, but that is, like, it's not just, oh, the church had no choice but to seal off Lower Yarnum. It's also, hey, they just so happened to coincidentally, completely by accident, like, completely by total coincidence, it's all the poor people who got sealed off in the burning shit city down below. Like, wow, funny how it's just worked out that way randomly for no reason. Certainly not because the church is corrupt and protected its own from the worst inflict. Right? It's so.
Hunter named Jura. Jura had once been tasked to protect the people of Old Yarnum, and even though the population now contained entirely of mad beasts, Jura still felt bound to his word. He is still protecting the population of Old Yarnum to this day, shooting at everyone who tries to hurt the beasts of Old Yarnum.
Well, again, Jura very specifically says that they're people. Which is again, this sort of comes back to my particular theory about like the Bloodstarved Beast and Old Yarnum specifically, is like that what we observe in Old Yarnum is that the beasts themselves aren't really aggressive unless you approach them. And at that point, they're aggressive for a very good reason, because you're a fucking hunter, and they have every reason to assume that you want to murder them, right? And also, like, they are beasts. They probably can't really control themselves, but what we see, especially with the beasts with the cloths over their head, is they seem to have a religious reverence of blood-starved beasts, one of whom is like hung in the cathedral down there like a Christ figure, like an angel, that the other beasts are praying to and drinking from. Which to me seemed to suggest that, like, oh shit, they're trying not to kill other humans. They're trying, like, they are sacrificing members of their own community and drinking their blood so that they don't feel compelled to go hunt for the blood of other humans, which sort of comports with what Jura says, is that these are fucking peaceful people. They're just trying to live. Like, they are in a bad situation. It's not cool being turned into a beast, but they're trying their hardest not to hurt anyone, so leave them the fuck alone. So interesting. Because that's the thing, is like, the reason I bring it up partly is that Ceave said blood is faith. Right? Like that blood is faith entering the mind. And outside of Vicar Amelia, like, Vicar Amelia is transformed into a beast as she's sitting there praying, right? Like, so that's stuff that speaks in favor of that interpretation. And so kinda does my interpretation of Old Yarnum, that these beasts are indeed some of the most faithful people that we see throughout the entire game. Like, the people who most care about faith, who like most put their faith in something, right? Like, who most turn to faith for salvation. Like, so that would kind of support his theory. I wonder if he's gonna get there.
When Old Yarnum fell, Lawrence
or
must
go
have
there,
already
rather.
known that he made a mistake, but it was already too late for him. He himself had taken the old blood willingly, and he himself transformed into a terrible beast, just like so many others before him. Eventually, some unknown hunter managed to slay him. They placed his skull onto the altar in the great cathedral, and this very skull is the skull that we touched. Lawrence found his final rest in the cathedral. But what happened to Master William and the remaining scholars at Bergenworth? Well, those didn't fare much better. Even though they refused the old blood, they still continued to research the Eldritch truth. This truth, however, is not meant for humans to uncover. Everyone who delved too deeply into it slowly lost their mind. We do not know what horrors caused the shutting down of Bergenworth. But not only the institution got shut down, the entire area around it was closed off and deemed forbidden ground. Master William, however, remained there to continue his studies. It seems as if he eventually managed to make contact with a Great One, but it didn't do him any good. He is still alive today. We can actually find him. If we fight our way through the now forbidden forest, we can reach Bergenworth ourselves. There he sits, close to the lake. He's apathetic, barely in contact with his surroundings anymore. All that he is able to do for us in this state is to point us into the direction of the lake. Because the lake carries a secret. If we dive into the lake, we encounter Rom. If we slay her, we reveal the true state of the world. Once we slay the beast, within the lake, Bloodborne's slow transcent into madness begins. But before we slay this beast and uncover the absolute truth, before we slay the beast that hides the truth of the world, let's first slay all the other beasts in Bloodborne. Let's first discuss Bloodborne's bosses.
Okay, again, just kind of reiterating a thing. Ceave sort of went over the same thing like multiple times there. And like what he's doing structurally is like, before we slay this very, very important boss who's very important to the story, this important boss, before we slay that important boss who's going to do important things and be important to the story, let's go do something else. Like, he's teasing, he's setting up, he's getting you interested in, this is what this boss, like, this is important, we're going to come back to this, but I want you to be excited for it, I want you to anticipate it, right? And that works just fine. It's just me, again, my ADHD brain rebels against that repetition. It does not like it. Which is ironic, because I use exactly the same technique. Like, I have used exactly the same, like, repeat the thing over, like, emphasize the thing over and over in order to build audience attention, and, like, get them to focus their attention on this thing. I use that myself in my scripts, and yet I am annoyed when I see other people do it. It is creative hypocrisy in me. Is that Vivaldi? I think it is.
By my counting, there are 22 bosses in Bloodborne, including its DLC. Let's quickly chat about all
not
of
Vivaldi.
them. We already quickly spoke about the very first boss that we encounter in Yharnam. And this boss is, of course, Bloodborne's camera. The fight against the cleric beast suffers from massive camera issues, and I'm not a huge fan of it. This fight suffers from such a weird issue.
True.
On paper, it's a perfectly fine boss fight. It may not be the best choice for a first
The
boss,
camera
but
struggles
overall
so
the fight is
much
fine.
with the
problem I
cleric
have with
beast.
this fight has nothing to do with the fight. The problem is where we fight the beast. Whoever had the idea to put a gigantic enemy onto a half-closed-off bridge, well, that person had a terrible idea. I'm not a big fan of the cleric beast because the camera just doesn't work with such a big enemy in such a small space, which is really a pity, because I think the fight is fun otherwise. Lots of missed potential here. Next is Father Gascoigne. I love Father Gascoigne. He's another hunter just like us, which means he fights similar to us. So similar, as a matter of fact, that I believe he's meant to show us how to play the game properly. He uses a starting weapon. He transforms it into its trick version mid-fight. He uses his gun. He can parry us with well-timed shots. He dodges fast around, and he fights incredibly aggressively. You know, he fights exactly the way Bloodborne is meant to be played. He's also the first boss that is required to progress through the game. I believe they designed him as a teaching tool that just slaps us into the ground with its hunter fighting style until we start to fight the same way. But even better, in his third and final form, he transforms into a savaging beast and becomes incredibly dangerous. The best way to defeat him in this phase is to actually play exactly like Gascoigne fought before. It is to zip around the beast with fast dodges and to aggressively attack it. The first two phases of the fight basically tutorialize how we have to play during the third and final phase. It's super clever and also a great and enjoyable fight. I'm a huge
Absolutely agree. It's a
fanboy.
fantastic
Next,
fight.
The Blood-Starved Beast. Another fight I really enjoy. The beast is fast and the fight has this great hectic quality. But while things get really hectic and chaotic, the fight remains fair and all attacks stay well telegraphed. This fight is one of the best beast battles in
I
the
think
game,
it's a
in my
little bit of an
opinion, and I
asshole.
always look forward to it. Which brings us to the Witch of Hemwick. This boss fight is barely a boss fight and more like a small puzzle that throws us off guard. Once we enter the room, there is no boss to be seen, but suddenly enemies start to spawn endlessly. We then have to figure out that those enemies are summoned by two invisible witches and slay both witches at similar times, as the one is always able to resurrect the other. So that may come as a surprise to some of you gentle ladies, gentlemen and gentle people in general, but I really like this fight and I think it fits the game perfectly. See, the witch is an optional boss that we can tackle before Vicar Amelia. Vicar Amelia is a pretty challenging fight, so you know it makes sense to have an optional area where where players that struggle with her can gain a bit of power to help them overcome the challenge. However, if the idea of Hemwick Channel Layer is to give struggling players an optional area where they can level up, well, then it doesn't make much sense to end the area with a tough mechanical challenging boss fight, does it? So they have to come up with an interesting boss fight that isn't mechanically challenging. And
well, it's also presaging the idea that, like, oh, some things are invisible, right? It's also presaging the idea that have it like this, and this is something that I think that the game communicates very poorly, but about the insight mechanic is that depending on how much insight you have, the fight changes drastically. If you have none, they can't summon the ads because you can only see those. You can only perceive the presence of the monsters that they summon if you have insight. Which is, like, again, narratively very, very interesting about the Witch of Hemwick fight, but something that the fight itself does a terrible job of communicating. But what it does do is that it clues the player in that, okay, enemies in this game can be invisible. Sometimes there are things that, like, are hidden out of sight. And, like, maybe I should keep that in mind. Like, maybe I should sort of have a thought about that. Okay, invisible things can attack you and hurt you sometimes. Hey, what's that thing outside of the Erden Chapel?
No, if viewed through this lens, I think the Witch boss fight delivers perfectly. By the way, the footage currently running isn't from my playthrough, but by the channel Long Play Archive. I sadly ran into a bunch of problems with my capture card during my latest playthrough,
that sucks, dude.
And sadly lost this footage, alongside some other. Shout out to Long Play Archive for providing archived footage that channels like mine can fall back to if something like this happens. Hooray! Which brings us to Vicar Amelia. This fight suffers from a similar problem as the Cleric Beast fight does, at least in my humble potato. The camera just gets stuck in the walls. Once again, we fight a huge beast in an enclosed space, and once again, there just isn't enough room for the camera. As soon as we fight close to a wall, it becomes incredibly difficult to see what's going on. That is actually such a problem here that most of the time I end up turning off the camera lock entirely, just so that the camera does not get stuck in a wall, which, you know, isn't optimal, is it?
Yeah, that's a broader criticism that I fully agree with of Souls games in general, is that they have the camera lock option, but a whole bunch of the fights are designed seem to be designed specifically not to use it. Like, a lot of the boss fights are just like, yeah, no, players shouldn't log on to this thing, and if they do, we're just gonna kill them for it. Which is, I find kind of a very tedious, annoying approach to game mechanics design. Because it's sort of like, imagine if you went into a game and the game gave you a double jump to jump over a pit, and then you use the double jump, but the moment you rise to the height of the second double jump, like a spike comes out of the ceiling and kills you, just to punish you for using the mechanic that the game put right in front of you. That's the kind of thing that rage games do, right? Like, that's you see that in a rage game, you really ought not to see that in, like, a well-designed AAA game like a fucking Souls game. So, like, that's a Souls game camera thing of, like, lock-on mechanics in those games that are sort of always been kind of fucking terrible, and which I don't think FromSoft does a good job of designing around. So I fully agree with Ceave on this one.
Really a shame, because I otherwise love the Vicar Amelia fight. She's such a good doggo, but once again the fight suffers from an arena that isn't suited for it. Next are the Shadows of Yharnam. I love this fight. In my opinion, it's one of the best fights against multiple enemies From Software has ever crafted. Fighting against more than one enemy in any From Software game often has the problem that it becomes a bit boring, since we have to wait for several enemies to give us an opening opportunity at once. The Shadows of Yharnam fight, however, perfectly avoids this problem. It avoids it by giving each shadow a unique moveset that is only really dangerous from a certain distance. One shadow is only dangerous if we are far away from it, one has really strong attacks that are only focused on mid-range, and finally, one is incredibly offensive and tries to fight us heads-on. What this boils down to is that we are confronted with the choice of either trying to rush down the wide range caster first, or of trying to stay behind cover and cycle around the gravestones while trying to burst down the melee one first. No matter which strategy we choose, however, we always have to be aware of what the mid-ranged one is doing, as this one is always dangerous. To make things even more interesting, the fight is kind of on a timer. After a while, the shadows evolve into progressively more dangerous snake forms, which means we are really incentivized to burst them down. And yeah, in my opinion, it just works phenomenally.
It's a great fight. It's a really good fight.
It's one of the fights I always look forward to. Next up is Martyr Logarius. On a hill, visible from Hemwick Channel Lair, there stands a castle, Canehurst Castle. Long ago, the nobles of Canehurst have fallen to the corruption of the blood. This castle is a mysterious place. When we arrive, the horses that carried us here turn out to be long dead. The bridge we crossed to arrive has actually been destroyed for a long time, and the castle's inhabitants aren't exactly welcoming either. We have to murder our way through this dangerous place. We make it through the courtyard, full of blood-sucking insect-like women. We pass the library, full of crying ghosts. We survive the mysterious living quarters. And eventually, we make it to the roof of the castle. If we're observant here, we may notice that it is possible to drop onto another layer of the roof here. And if we're especially observant today, we may even notice that it is possible to drop onto one of the castle's towers from there. Then there's another drop down, and suddenly we find ourselves in front of a ladder. This
One thing about the ghosts that I, again, going back to my playthrough of the game, the ghosts of Canehurst are all women who have had their throats slit and their hands bound. And they have had their hands bound with exactly the same kinds of handcuffs, by the way, that Queen Yarnum has. And like, I think the game draws a very, very specific parallel between Queen Yarnum and the Ghost of Canehurst. In the sense of, like, as I understand it now, these women were sacrificed by the Vile Bloods to Queen Annalise and drained of their blood. Like, that's why their throats are slit, specifically because they've been exsanguinated, like they've been drained of their blood to facilitate the birthing of her child of blood. Which is what the whole Vile Blood thing is all about. And there's a parallel there, again, about the brutalization of women's bodies, right? Like, the use of women's bodies to produce children like a resource, right? Which I think is kind of key to Canehurst. Like, Canehurst is one of the areas that I really don't feel like I have nearly as strong an interpretation of as I do many of the others. Like, Martyr Ligarius especially, with his king's crown and his, like, almost reaper-like scythe, like this vision of death that he is, like a walking corpse. But the sorcery and the, like, he's a king, right? He's got the sword, he's got the staff, he's got the crown. But then also he is like this vision of death, and he guards an illusion that protects Queen Annalise herself, which sort of seems to be Martyr Ligarius covering up his shame that he couldn't find a way to actually kill her, which is what Alfred comes along later if you invite him in, and he goes, yeah, I can find a way to kill her. Just smash her with my big wheel many, many times, and then, haha, I have smashed you so much you can never be revived, wee-hee, and then, obviously, as it turns out, the player can just revive her, because Alfred failed completely, just as the Healing Church fails completely. Poor man.
ladder takes us onto the roof of the main building, and only there we find the boss of this place. And I cannot tell you how much I love this run-up. That's something the From Software games are just really good at in general. They often give us this feeling of churning out of bounds. When climbing over the roofs here for the very first time, I genuinely wondered if I was even supposed to be here, or if I was tricking the game.
Yeah,
this path truly
it's
felt
good.
like something I myself discovered, and therefore the boss felt like this mysterious secret that I got to find. I love it if games are brave enough to have secrets to be real secrets. It helps, however, that the boss fight itself is also really good. He attacks fast, the blood spells are a great visual spectacle, all the attacks are easily readable, he even is parryable and backstabbable. It's a really good duel against a human enemy while providing a lot of spectacle. It's as good as boss fights become. Which brings us to Dark Beast Parl. The fight against the Dark Beast is boring in my opinion.
Yeah.
However, the arena in which the fight takes place is really interesting. See, we encounter the Dark Beast in Yahar Ghul, the Unseen Village. Following the main story, Yahar Ghul is the place we go to after defeating Rom in Bergenworth. But we can actually get there early. After we defeated the blood-starved beast, those little guys start roaming the streets of Yarnum. Those lovely little chads are called Snatchers, and snatching is what the Snatchers do. If one of them murders us, we wake in a cell in Yahar Ghul. If we explore this place thoroughly, we can even run into the Dark Beast Parl already. And this is where this gets interesting. See, after we defeat Parl, we can open the door behind him. And this door leads us to Old Yharnam, the place where we fought the blood-starved beast. And that's so weird. We can get to this area after defeating the blood-starved beast, yet the area links us back to the blood-starved beast. Why would they do that?
Well, to allow you access to Jura, you can walk up from behind him and then you can talk to him. But it also, again, this is sort of depending on how you interpret Yahar'gul, and how you interpret Old Yharnam, is that these two areas are connected, which to me sort of seemed to suggest that like Yahar'gul was this cultish religious offshoot of Old Yharnam, like an outgrowth of it, like a bunch of like lower class Yharnamites seeking eldritch power outside of the control of the Healing Church, and then that being manipulated by the School of Menses. But again, I don't think it's very clear. Like, I think Dark Beast Parl and Yahar'gul are a little bit incoherent in some ways.
That's a rhetorical question. I have an idea on why this may be in the game the way it is. So I'm obviously speculating here, but I believe at one point in development we were supposed to enter Yahar'gul through this door. You know, instead of this being the exit of Yahar'gul, they probably originally wanted us to enter it from here.
Yeah.
And Dark Beast Parl used to be the boss guarding the entrance. So
that seems like a
why did they
reasonable.
change their mind?
Honestly,
I have no idea.
that seems
What
like a
I do
reasonable
know
interpretation.
is that the Dark Beast, in the form in which it is currently in the game, sadly doesn't make for a good boss fight. Sorry, Dark Beast. I know you're giving your best, and circumstance isn't doing you any favor, but that ain't enough for me. Moving on, the other boss in Yansin Village.
Yeah, Dark Beasts are generally feel very underdeveloped in Bloodborne. Like, not in the sense of, like Bloodborne thrives on ambiguity, like, why the fuck is this thing here? What's it all about? That's fine. It's just, I don't think it strikes the balance of leaving behind enough clues to be interesting to think about. It just seems like sort of a dead end.
The One Reborn. Well, that one's messy, isn't it? So first the good. I absolutely love the introduction of the boss. The camera focuses on the moon, and then all of a sudden the moon darkens and becomes this void-like egg. And from this void, the One Reborn hatches. That's such a fascinating idea, while also being stunningly disgusting at the same time. It's great. The fight itself, however, yeah, it's a mess. The thing is just too good for its own good. The same is true for the next boss, Amygdala. The fight suffers from the same problem. The boss is just so big that we can't really see what it is doing while fighting it. I love the visual design of this thing, but again, it's just too big for its own good. Bonus point.
Yeah, this is one where I say, I think the size of the amygdala, or amygdala, as Patches would insist on pronouncing it, I think that's intentional. That, like, specifically with that boss, I think it's intentional that it is very, very hard to keep all of it in your sights at any one time, and that, like, sort of swipes can come from anywhere. I think that's kind of part of the point with it, that it's supposed to be overwhelming in that specific way. Whereas with the Cleric Beast and with Vicar Amelia, like, I agree with Ceave that it feels like the camera tools and the arena just wasn't really optimized properly for this fight. But I think here with the amygdala, it's intentionally as part of the storytelling. Because the amygdala in the brain is like the part of the brain, among many other things, that's responsible for fight or flight and fear responses, and that sort of seems to be the part of the point of the amygdala fight. Is like you slash this thing on the legs and you do no damage whatsoever. It's like, fuck, how I can't hurt this thing. Like, it's a fight based around fear, right? And applying a rational mindset to your fear and going, okay, there must be a way to actually hurt it. Let's try and hit different body parts. Let's that to me feels like the encounter design of this fight. So I think, like, the camera having trouble conceptualizing the whole amygdala is good here, but it would have been a lot better if the camera hadn't been so messed up in other fights that you kind of come to this one and go, oh, great, another fight with a messed up camera.
For ripping out its own arm, though. That's cool. Next up is Mikolash. So Mikolash is an interesting boss. Instead of fighting us heads on,
oh, that
Mikolash
shithead
starts to run away once we approach him, which, you know, is something bosses seldomly do. It's something I never saw before, and, you know, I respect that. There's just one problem. At the end of the chase, we finally fight against Shy Mikolash, and Mikolash has this one attack which I really do not like. He summons dangerous energy balls that have the potential to one-shot us if we mess up the dodge.
again, I had the funniest possible version of this fight, which is that he never managed to hit me with that. I know people were kind of mad at me because of that. Like, that I accidentally, like entirely accidentally, I didn't know what I was doing. I just reacted to, oh, he's doing something. Fuck, dodge. I just managed to dodge it. I think both of the times he cast it at me, and people got mad in chat. Like, oh, come on, how does he get all the luck? But yeah, no, everyone is frustrated by that. Again, I think that's kind of part of the point of, like, Mikolash is specifically designed to be a troll. Like, he's specifically designed to be someone who's just fucking annoying and frustrating, and just like, you just want to pound this little piece of shit into the dirt. You hate him because he does these bullshit, out-of-pocket, really annoying, difficult to deal with things all the time. I think that frustration of him having that fucking spell, which is such a one-shot threat, I think that's part of the encounter design. I think that's part of the storytelling of Mikolash.
Putting a really dangerous one-shotting ability on a boss after a 10-minute long chase, well, that has the potential to cause a lot of unnecessary frustration, in my opinion. Next up,
yeah, he's not wrong about that, but it is. He's not wrong that this is very frustrating encounter design. I would argue that it's necessary frustration. Like, I would argue that the frustration is necessary. That's what the fight is supposed to be. Doesn't mean you have to like it. Like, absolutely, if someone hates the Mikolash fight, plenty of people do. They're not wrong. It's just, no, I think that was on purpose. Like, that's how they want you to feel about that fight. And if you feel frustrated and annoyed and turned off, they kind of go, yes, haha.
Virgo Sweat Nurse. Holy fuzzy. I love this fight so much. Her design is so fascinating. There is an element of a raven woven into her. Her movements are elegant and cautious, but sometimes violently shift into this brutal madness. She has something caring and motherly in her design, while also looking absolutely terrifying. Her attacks are all easy to read and fair to dodge, but the fight is far from trivial. Finally, there is the phase shift, where the screen becomes dark and we fight several versions of her at once that approach us from different angles. This part is so incredibly hectic and feels so dangerous, while still being fair and a visual spectacle at the same time. I love this fight. I'd even go so far as to call this the very
visually
best
it's amazing
fight in all of gaming. And I do not choose those words lightly. Which brings us to the Celestial Emissary fight. I really have nothing to say about it other than that it exists. Let's show some footage so that all of you know that it exists as well. And there we go. Next, Ebirita, Daughter of Chaos. I really enjoy this.
Little bit, okay. I think it's a mistake to sort of just, well, he's reviewing the fight, right? Like, he's reviewing how does the fight feel to play, is it a good, fun boss fight? Depending on where he's going with the themes, I would want him to come back to that, because I think the Celestial Emissary is actually quite important.
One. So first, she's this huge, intimidating creature, yet her attacks stay readable, and the arena doesn't block the camera, which, you know, isn't a given in Bloodborne. Then there's her scream attack that gives the second phase a really unique twist. After a while, she starts to scream in agony. Those screams constantly damage us. This damage is unavoidable, at least to the best of my knowledge. This scream puts the entire second phase on a timer, where we have to raise her down fast enough for her screaming gets the better of us. It makes the finish really tense, and it's a cool twist that I haven't seen done often. Me like. Then there's Ludwig, the Holy Blade. Ludwig is a fight. Out of all the bosses in the game, I personally find Ludwig to be the most difficult. And that kind of raises the question, wrong. Is the fight difficult good, or is it difficult dumb? You know, did they masterfully craft a difficult boss fight, or is the camera buggy, or are the attacks badly telegraphed? And the answer is, at least in my humble opinion, a bit of both.
I'm noticing, the music, it's not looping cleanly. It's happened a couple of times now. Oh, that's a pity. Like, again, ADHD brain, I get very, very easily distracted and taken out of a video. So, like, when I hear something like that I just zero in on it, and that's all I can hear. And the next time, like, a break is going to come around, I'm going to be listening for it. Is it gonna loop uncleanly again? Oh. Yeah, minor criticism. That's the kind of thing that I think, that's a polished thing with the video, not really criticism of the content of the video. I also think, like, I'm definitely on the side of Ludwig is brilliantly designed. Specifically because he's designed to be so overwhelming. so unmanageable, so chaotic, so terrifying the first many times you fight him, and I fought him many times. And then you figure him out, right? Like, then you figure out how to read his chaotic, wild, insane, like, sort of deranged movements and motion. Like, well, not really deranged, more like frenzied. Yeah, frenzied is a better word for it. You figure out how to read his anatomy, like exactly how his animation is put together, and then once you do that, once you figure out how to read him and understand him, and you get him down to his second phase, then you get that elegant ballet, right? Like, then you get that really elegant, clean, beautiful, like, choreographed fight thing where he's using his sword and you're dodging around his slices. Like, that, it sort of rewards you for figuring him out enough that you are, like, worthy to dance with him. Which I like as a boss design, like as a designed fight, I really like.
Lock-on sometimes completely loses the boss, the camera sometimes struggles to give us a good overview of the action, and there are a bunch of attacks that are really difficult to tell apart. Apart from that, however, I find the fight highly enjoyable. When it works, it's this insane duel against this flailing beast that charges and jumps around and never gives us a break. The fight drastically changes, however, once he picks up the blade. Instead of the hectic flailing, his attacks are suddenly much more controlled and slower. It gives the fight this nice contrast that I really like, and that's a lot of tension. Funnily enough, I personally find the second phase to be much easier than the first one.
Because it's a reward.
It's so much easier to be aware of what the little guy is up to all the time. Overall, I think Ludwig is a great fight that suffers from a bunch of small problems during the first phase. The Living Failures fight, on the other hand, well, it's fine. The game isn't worse for it, but I'd be lying if I said it was a highlight. It's honestly not much of a boss fight. We just fight against a bunch of normal, simple enemies in a garden. The only thing that I really enjoy about this fight is the attack when all of them suddenly stop and begin to pray to a strange cosmic power before meteors suddenly come crashing down. That's fun. So you're not an entire failure. Living failures. Hooray.
Again, the living failures should be understood in context of the celestial emissaries, because that's what they are. They are failed emissaries. But the irony is that they display much greater power and much greater connection to the cosmos than the emissaries ever do, right? Like, it's this thing of, like, what exactly is judged a failure by the church? Well, maybe they're not very good judges of that, actually.
Is another hunter, just like we are, and, well, the fight against her is the best hunter duel in the game. I sadly lost my footage of the fight because of capture card catastrophes, so we won't waffle about her for too long, but she's great, and I'm eternally sad
she's
that
so
I lost
fucking
all
good.
The beautiful footage of her slaughtering me. The next fight we
Lady
encounter
Maria is so
the
good.
Orphan of Cause. The Orphan of Cause is one of the best fights From Software ever crafted, which honestly means it is one of the best bosses in all of gaming. It is so good. So first setting,
It is.
we enter this rainy
Ooh,
beach.
it's frustrating,
In the
but it's
distance,
good.
We see dozens and dozens of shipwrecks. Shining over them is a dim, golden sun. The whole place carries a heavy feeling of melancholy. Then the boss is introduced. There is a dead body of an undefinable creature that washed ashore. The camera slowly zooms onto it. Suddenly, we see something moving inside of it. The creature was pregnant when it died, and whatever it was pregnant with did not die together with its mother. The orphan slowly crawls out of its mother's womb. It slowly stands up. It takes its gigantic placenta and looks into the sea. Then the gameplay starts, and suddenly we hear our first. And then all hell breaks loose. I really have to give it to From Software. There aren't many other devs that can pull off something like this. The Orphan attacks relentlessly and fast, but its attacks never lose the feeling of massive weight. It's incredible. So often, bosses that move this hectically lose their sense of weight. You know, the attacks begin to feel floaty, as if they lack impact. But I can assure you, this little devil doesn't suffer from that disease. Every attack is clearly telegraphed.
Yeah, again, I really... This is me sort of sitting here like, Ceave, I want you to notice that the placenta has a fish hook in it. I want you to notice that. I want... Because I want to hear what you make of that. I want to know what that means to you. He doesn't have to have the same interpretation as me at all. I'm really eager for him to like... I wonder if he would be... It's that thing of, like, if he understands the visual language the same as me, then what does he make of it? That's fascinating. But yeah, no, the thing I actually want to comment on is that he's very right, and that's, like, just testament to the craft and the quality of care that FromSoft's animators put into their character designs and like into their animation. That like this little skinny bony ass motherfucker can feel so weighty and so powerful despite being such a flighty, fast, slim, agile little thing is like, yes, absolutely. That is very, very, very good creature animation.
Everything is easy to dodge in theory, yet really challenging in execution. The fight is not only mechanically really challenging, but also a gigantic spectacle. It's, you know, it's as good as boss fights get. And with this, it's already time for us to talk about Gurham, which is a good fight. Depending on our choices, he may end up being the final boss of the game, and as a final boss, he works great. He's a hunter like us and uses tools similar to the ones we used all game long. A Shadow Link fight, you know, he's something that resembles our character. Ending a game with a duel against something similar to ourselves is always a logical way to end an experience, and yeah, in my opinion, it works fantastically well here. Which brings us to the final boss, the Moon Presence. We won't discuss the Moon Presence. Here's the thing, it's possible to lock ourselves out of the fight entirely. In order to summon the boss, we need to consume 3 parts of one umbilical cord first. One part is hidden at the old hunter's workshop in Yharnam, one part is found after killing Murgo's wet nurse, one part is found at the end of Ariana's side quest, and one part can be found in Yosefka's clinic, but only after killing Rom. Here's the plot twist. The one from Ariana's baby and the one from the clinic are missable. If Ariana ends up murdered, either by the stranger or by the nun, then we lock ourselves out of finding the cord. If we enter Yosefka's clinic before we fight Rom, which, you know, happens, then we lock ourselves
That's
out
what I
of
did.
that one too. And if both of those things happen in one playthrough, well, then it is no longer possible to summon the final boss, which,
Yes,
it is exactly what happened to me this playthrough. I wasn't paying.
and that again, the only way, and this is something you are forced to do, the only way to battle the Nameless Moon Presence is to brutalize the body of a woman. Either Ariana, whom, like, whether you kill her or kill just the offspring that she has spawned, she still dies. Like, there's no way to get the umbilical cord from her and her child without killing her. And there's no way to get it from Yosefka without her dying as well. Like, being just mangled. There's no way to fight the final boss without some kind of violence happening to a woman's body. Which I think is real fucking important to the game. That if you want to, like, again, in the shallow, sort of, not shallow, surface level interpretation that pale blood means to become a great one yourself, the only way to become a great one yourself is that at some point you have to brutalize a pregnant woman. And possibly also her baby. Like, it's the only way to do it. It's the only way to do it. Because you achieve the ascension that the Thumerians were trying to achieve. You achieve the ascension that the fucking Mensis people were trying to achieve. You achieve the ascension that Annalise is trying to achieve, like through this conception of a child of blood, through through the use of a child of an old one. You achieve ascension, but you have to go through the brutalized body of a woman to do it, right? Which I think is something that's really, again, key to the horror of Bloodborne. That the cycle of violence that it's based on might just be completely fucking unescapable. That there might just not be any way out. That there is no escape from that cycle of brutality that pregnancy inflicts on women's bodies. Because, like, even a consensual, happy pregnancy for someone who desperately wants to be a mother and who enters into it with a glad heart and all the anticipation and joy that a new mother should have, pregnancy is a violent thing. It is a violent thing on the body. It can be intensely disabling. And even a pregnancy that goes very, very well, like, it tears the body the fuck up. You are, like, which is the thing, you are born of the blood, made men by the blood, and undone by the blood. It's like, yeah, you are born of the blood. Blood as in someone has to get fucking injured to bring you into the world because human beings are just badly configured as a species. Like, the pregnancy used to kill. Like, pregnancy used to be as likely to be fatal. Like, I think in Victorian London, I think Victorian London, the survival rate for women in hospital when they were giving birth to children, like the fatality rate was something like 90%. No, the infant mortality rate was something like 90%. That's just the kids dying because no one washed their fucking hands back then. But the death rate for mothers was also just like absolutely astonishingly horrifying because birth is a desperately traumatic thing for the body. It needs a lot of help to recover from it. And medicine was bad at doing that for people. And like, it's like, for most of human history, pregnancy for a woman has been like a roll of the dice. Is like, this is entirely likely to kill you. And even if you survive, you are gonna be injured forever. And it's a miracle of modern times that it isn't that way anymore, that pregnancy is something you can, I mean, I don't want to say casually, but like something you can do and like just kind of expect to recover from. Like you can become pregnant without going, oh, well, flip a coin, this might be a death sentence, right? At least you can in some places where abortion is, legal and abortion care and health care for mothers is not something that you have to be rich in order to pay for. But anyway, where the fuck kind of point? Right. Major part of the point of Bloodborne, major part of the thematic of Bloodborne is this thing of like, you want ascension, you want to escape from the cycle of violence. There's no way except through the brutalization of a woman's body. Because, again, birth and death being sort of the same thing, in order to be reborn as a great one yourself, in order to be born out of the cycle of violence, death and birth kind of the same thing. To be born of a woman is to kill a woman, right? Like, as likely as not, statistically speaking. So yeah.
Paying too much attention to the side quests while playing and ended up going to Yosefka's clinic early while having Ariana murdered. No moon presence for me. So do I think it's dumb that it is possible to lock oneself out of the final boss fight like that? Well, yes and no. On the one hand, it is obviously annoying if it happens, but on the other hand, it is so unique and adds so much weight to all the different choices we make during the game that I have a hard time being really mad at the game because of it. Hooray! So with this, there is only one fight left for us to discuss. Let's return to our brave little hunter that has been staring at this lake for a good 20 minutes, and let's finally take the plunge. Let's talk about Rom. Rom the Vicious Spider is weird. And I don't mean the fight itself. I mean Rom's design. See, while Rom may be called a spider...
Okay, so Rom is not the... Again, this is... I don't know if it's it's a pronunciation he's just getting wrong, or if it's because he doesn't know the word, which is normal. Vacuous is a weird word that most people don't use, but vacuous means that she's stupid, that she's empty-headed, that she is thoughtless, that she is unintelligent. Shallow, vapid, like those are the meanings of the word vacuous, not vicious, which is a very different thing.
And while Rom is surrounded by spiders, Rom herself certainly is no traditional spider. She's much more of a grey blob with a head and a bunch of tiny feet. And that leaves us with a question. Why? Why is Rom no real spider? Why did they go with this weird design? And I have a theory that is a bit out there and highly speculative, a tinfoil hat theory to be precise. Stay with me for a moment. So I believe Rom the Vacuous Spider symbolically represents the Vatican and the Pope. She's a symbolic stand-in for this.
Oh, okay. oh, that's a spicy one. Oh, I like that. Okay, and sorry, my correction was too soon. He did say vacuous there. It was just a mispronunciation. That's fine.
Center of the Catholic Church. And as weird as this may sound, there are a bunch of things that...
See, because that's really interesting, because I would argue that Master Willem is a better fit for that. Because, like, his character design seems to be very specifically based on, like, a priest or a pope. My interpretation of Rom, of course, is that she's a parasite. And that's why the vacuous thing is, like, Rom is an empty void that consumes insight, and in so doing, like, sort of prevents humanity from achieving enough enlightenment to be able to see the amygdala to be able to see and interact with the Great Ones. And then, like, there's that question of whether she does that because she's trying to, like, keep humanity from achieving enlightenment and ascension, or whether she does that because she was a scholar of Birkenwerth, she ascended, and she, like, began to understand the cosmos a lot better, and then she was like, oh, it would probably be better if people didn't get to see that. Like, is she maybe trying to protect us? Because the consequences of ascending like her are bad. Which is a question that I don't have a strong answer to either.
Point us into this direction. So first, the most obvious hint, her name. The name Rome very much reminds us of Rome, or Roma, the Italian capital, the city in which the Vatican is seated and where the Pope lives. Second, there is a
yeah. Okay, he's gonna need more than that for me to be convinced by that one. But, like, again, if we want to read Rom as a sort of stand-in for the concept of like a pope or a leader of the faith who keeps the people blind, right? Again, like, that ties in very nicely with my Parasite interpretation of her. It's like, yes, absolutely. Like, the idea that she's essentially based on, like, a leech or a tick, rather than a spider as such. Yes, absolutely. That would comport with that.
Parallel between her and the Catholic Pope. Rom is a human who transcended into something godlike, which, you know,
that's a better
is kind
argumentation.
Of the Pope's job description.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is sort of like the Catholic theology weirdness. The Pope is not divine. Very specifically, the Pope is not divine because only God is divine, and like Father, Son, Holy Spirit. The Pope is the closest to God, and the interpreter and, like, the deliverer and diviner of God's will. But I do not believe, and I'm being a little careful here because, like, I'm not an expert on Catholic theology, but I do not believe in Catholic theology that the Pope is considered in any way divine, so much as, like, the Pope has the keys to the gates. Like, they have St. Peter's keys to heaven. They are the arbiter on earth, essentially, of who does and does not get in. They are, like, the deliverer of Christ's forgiveness on earth through the ritual of substantiation performed in absentia by, like, their priests. That are sanctified by the Pope to perform that particular ritual to grant people access to forgiveness and thus entry into heaven. But the Pope himself is not divine. So that's, like, again, it's not that I'm saying Ceave is wrong. I'm saying I don't find this argumentation convincing.
Next, there is the fact that she's concealing the true horrific and absurd nature of the world, which only is revealed to us once we kill her.
See, now that's stronger because, like, that's a thing that, like, you can very credibly accuse the Vatican of doing, is hoarding knowledge and refusing to share it because it serves their interests and their power better to make sure that people don't have free access to all the knowledge that the Vatican has amassed.
This is a perfect metaphor for the philosophic death of God, as Nietzsche thought about it. More on that in a second.
Oh, okay.
Add to this that the entire game is filled to the brim with
I was going a very different place there. Okay, you're going to Nietzsche. Cool, fair enough. Like, I am not as well read in Nietzsche as I would like to be, so I'm actually really fascinated to hear how he connects Nietzsche in with the Pope here.
And the theme of a corrupting church. Finally, there is Master William. He sits right before the boss encounter and he's wearing those clothes. He, you know, wears the Pope's outfit.
Yeah, okay, cool. We're in agreement on that one.
We can see something interesting. We can see what I believe they actually based Rom's design on. Do you notice it? It might be me slowly going cray-cray, but Master William's head, together with his head, looks a lot like Rom does. What William is wearing here is a mitra, and a mitra is what the Pope usually wears.
So
I believe Rom symbolically represents the head of the Catholic Church, and I believe they literally modeled her after, well, the literal head of the Catholic Church. After the Pope's head wearing his
that's a
head.
fantastic
We'll return
transition.
to this at the end a bit. For now,
okay, that is, again, I don't think I find the argumentation convincing, But that is an interesting read. Like, I think it's reaching a like that she's called Rom because Rome, and again, I think the strongest argument there, at least in my opinion, the strongest argument there is that much like, you know, the function of the Catholic Church is like, again, this would be, for example, a Marxist analysis, is that the religion is the opiate of the masses, that the Catholic Church keeps the population ignorant in order to keep them complacent. Is like, that's a classic criticism of the Catholic Church. Like, Martin Luther made this criticism of the Catholic Church, that they refused to deliver the catechism, and they refused to deliver the sermon, refused to like publish the Bible in the lay people's language. Like, that was his big charge against the church. It's like, you have to make the Bible available in the language that people actually fucking speak. You can't do everything in Latin. People have the right to know the word of God as it was written, and not just rely on like the interpretation of priests who can manipulate, like, can use their privileged knowledge to their own ends. Like, I think there is a strong correlate. Like, I think there's a strong parallel to draw there between Rom being something that hides the truth intentionally, and the Catholic Church, which also like has a history of doing that. I think that's pretty strong. The rest of it, I don't feel so convinced by.
We murder Rom, and Queen Yarnum appears in the lake. She's standing in her blood-soaked dress, staring at the moon. But the moon changed. The full moon is gone and replaced by a blood moon. Rom is no longer disguising the true state of the world. We return to Yahar'gul, and the whole city has gone to madness. There are amygdalas watching over the place. Villagers suddenly form from blood. Creatures beyond human comprehension are roaming the streets, and the blood moon is looming over all of it. At this point, Bloodborne begins its slow descent into madness.
I would say it's very quick and sudden, but I get what he means. That's just dumb nitpicking. That doesn't matter.
In 1764, calamity struck Chauvedon. Usually, Chauvedon is a beautiful area in southern France. It's full of peaceful mountains, valleys and forests. But during those fateful events in 1764, the woods and valleys were everything but peaceful. Within those forests, danger awaited. Within those forests, death awaited. Something unspeakable was terrorizing those woods. But one thing after the other. It began with a minor incident. A young maiden was the first one to face it. While tending cattle near the forest, she was attacked by an enormous beast. The beast looked like a wolf, but not quite a wolf, she would later claim. She only survived because the cattle were able to scare the beast off. A couple of days later, the beast appeared again. This time, there was no cattle to save the girl. The 14-year-old maiden died on the spot. They buried her without sacraments. Days later, another young girl was brutally mauled by the beast. And she wasn't the last. As the attacks continued, terror spread among the people. What was this beast that was murdering the population? What terror was hiding in the woods of Chauvedon? Was this beast a natural creature? Was it a punishment of God? As the number of victims rose to the dozens, the Bishop of Ment publicly called for forgiveness. But the beast ignored those divine pleas. The murdering continued. At this point, the murderous beast had drawn the attention of the king himself, but not even the generous bounty that he put up was able to stop the slaughter. Even worse, the press started to make fun of the king's impotence to catch the beast. Soon, the king sent troops to finally hunt down the beast. As the troops failed, he sent professional hunters. But it wouldn't be those hunters who would put down the beast.
I need to use the bathroom. So, I guess I'm gonna be editing this video after all, even after I said I wouldn't. So, oh well. Be back in a second. And there we go. Sorry about that.
It's a peaceful day. The 20-year-old servant, Marie Jean, is crossing a small bridge over the river when suddenly, a rustle, a roar, an attack. The beast had come for her. But Marie was warned. Because of the dozens of attacks in the past, brave Marie was carrying a spear with her, and she certainly knew how to use it. She wounded the beast so badly it fell into the river beneath. Days later, the wounded beast was found and finally put to rest. The beast was a gigantic wolf, bigger than anyone had ever seen before. Marie was celebrated as a hero. Her heroic deed earned her the name Maid of Chauvedon. So why are we waffling about this historic hunt in a video about Bloodborne, one might ask? Here's the thing, this beast hunt inspired a movie, and this movie that was inspired by this beast hunt, in turn, heavily inspired Bloodborne. Can we get some cinema atmosphere in here? Awesome. The French 2001 movie.
This is interesting to me, because I have not heard about this, I think. Okay. Cool.
Brotherhood of the Wolf is loosely inspired by the events that took place in Chauvedon in 1764. In the movie, the knight Gregoire de Fronsac arrives together with his companion in Chauvedon to hunt down a beast that is terrorizing the area. Soon, he takes romantic interest in Marianne, the daughter of a local count, and in an Italian prostitute named Silvia, before becoming entangled in a deep conspiracy that tries to undermine the king's power. And it's honestly a good movie. It's a bit dumb, but in a good way. It feels as if Bud Spencer met The Name of the Rose and they decided to replay the plot of Kill Bill together. It's honestly great, but that's not why we were talking about the movie. Check this out. Early in the movie, Gregoire arrives with his companion. They arrive in this outfit. Yep, they're dressed in heavy leather jackets.
Well, okay. I mean, that's... Yeah. But that's also based on period dress in the same way that Bloodborne is. Okay, a little more argumentation is needed, I think.
Their mouth is hidden behind a tight scarf, and they wear a tricorn. It's pretty much the exact same outfit that the hunter in the trailer of the game wears. And that's just the beginning. Next, there are a bunch of drawings in the movie that look suspiciously like the werewolves in Bloodborne do. Like, those could have straight up be concept art for what we got in game. The beast that...
Well, again, that's sort of like, I don't feel like that's a strong argument that Bloodborne drew from that movie so much as it's an argument that they both drew from a similar historical tradition of how to depict, like, monstrous wolves and werewolves.
They hunt in the movie gives off similar vibes as the beasts in Bloodborne do. Later in the movie, Gregoire infiltrates a burrow because he's on a vengeful murder spree. The whole place just gives off a strong Bloodborne vibe to me in general, but what is especially interesting here is this jar. The creature inside it looks a lot like the messengers in the game. Next there are Marianne and Silvia. The way the two women are dressed is very...
Like, that's again is like, yeah, because both are based on, like, unborn fetuses that are, like, sort of preserved in formaldehyde and displayed in jars, which is, like, a classic image of, like, old-timey, old-school horror. So, okay, I need a much stronger argument that this movie actually inspired Bloodborne. Like, some kind of official confirmation from Miyazaki obviously would be great. But so far the argumentation is mostly, hey, these two things happen to take a similar aesthetic approach and ground themselves, like, in similar historical dress and, like... So,
very similar to how Maria is in the clock tower. Especially Silvia's outfit during the final showdown. That's Monica Bellucci, by the way. But it gets even more interesting, because Maria is likely inspired by Marie, the Maid of Chauvedon, the woman that wounded the beast in 1764 with her spear. This would also explain why Maria talks with a slight French accent in this cutscene.
A corpse should be left well alone.
is that a French accent? A corpse should be left well alone. Like, I guess?
Hunting pistols are
But there's, like, okay, but then what about the doll? Which is, like, same voice actor, same affect delivery. Okay. Yeah, I'm finding all of this very, very weak. this to me feels entirely like parallel thinking coincidence. Like, a lot of movies with dudes wearing tricorn hats and wearing leather coats and having scarves on. A lot of art, a lot of stories of that. That's...
plot device in a movie, and they look similar to Bloodborne's. Then there is the fact
like, again, that's because they're based on the same historical pistols.
that the antagonist uses a sword that transforms into a chain weapon during the fight, which,
That one is a little stronger.
you know, that's a trick weapon. In the movie, the beast attacks are caused by the church at first, but things get out of control and the church tries to stop the beast in the end, which mirrors Bloodborne's lore a bit. Finally, at the end of the movie, Gregoire finds the beast and puts it down. And the way he does this is really interesting. Before Gregoire shoots the beast into the head, we get a long shot where the
Okay, so
camera
that's where we're...
zoomers onto the eye of the beast, which is the exact same shot we've already seen in Bloodborne's trailer, the shot in which we put a pin for later. Thank you so much for waiting so patiently for the payoff. We can remove the sticky note now.
Okay, so... It's not quite the same exact shot, though, is it? Like, looking at that scene, like, I don't know the movie, so I can't necessarily speak to it, but, like, what this looks like is...
Which tries to stop the beast in the end, which mirrors...
What this looks like is sad. Like, this looks like that man is, like, going to put down the beast, and he's, like, looking at this dude, like, that's maybe the beast's trainer or owner. Like, I assume the plot of the movie is that the big scary monster beast is just, like, a big dog or a wolf dog with some scary shit on it. And it's this guy's wolf dog, and he, like, trained it and raised it from birth. And he's sad that it's been forced to do all these terrible things, and now, like, putting it out of its misery is, like, that's how the scene reads to me, and the way that the guy is acting it, like, with the gentle hand over the wolf's eye, as it's sort of, because, like, the wolf, like, he pets the wolf, and it closes its eye, and it passes peacefully, which is, like, to my mind, very much the opposite of what's happening here, which is that thing is straining and struggling with whatever breath is left in its horrible body to sort of get up and keep fighting. And, like, yeah, okay. Okay, this section to me so far feels the weakest in terms of argumentation. This feels more like a series of coincidences. Where, like, what I would want to say that film inspired Bloodborne would be a specific, like, is there an overlap in thematic? Like, does that film also concern itself with transformation? Does it also concern itself, thematically speaking, with pregnancy, with like birth, with faith? Is what I would be looking for to sort of draw that connection. Otherwise, it's more like pointing out that like, in the same way that, like, if it's a little bit like pointing at another pirate movie and going, oh, that was inspired by Pirates of the Caribbean, which is like, or like, it's a pirate movie. It could be inspired by any number of things. You have to have a stronger argument than just they wear tricorns and they're on boats. And there's a spooky ghost story happening that to say, oh, that's Pirates of the Caribbean. It's like, yeah, well, you know, other things are also available for inspiration here. This feels weak to me, I'm sorry to say.
Remove the sticky note now. There are just way too many similarities between Brotherhood of the Wolf and Bloodborne, and those are just the things I picked up in a single viewing.
Again, there are too many similarities for it to be a coincidence. I would argue no. There are exactly the number of similarities I would expect for it to be a coincidence, which is the costuming is similar. And that's, like, most of the reasons that he mentioned is, like, the costuming is similar. Like, that these characters seem to wear costumes that are drawn from the same historical period. that was most of the argumentation, and then there was a fetus in a jar at one point, and there was a wolf that gets shot in a scene that looks vaguely similar to a scene of a man getting shot, which is, and I don't know that it really connects to the story of the wolf hunter. This feels a lot like drawing too many conclusions from a coincidence to me.
I'm sure there's tons of stuff that I missed. I highly doubt that the similarities are coincidence. But
I do.
Let's talk about something different for a moment, and let's come
I
back
don't
to
doubt
this
it
in a second. The year is 50.
And I want to say, like, it is absolutely not at all impossible that Brotherhood of the Wolf is like a movie that the people at FromSoft had watched at some point, and were like, oh shit, let's include some of that. Like, that's not at all impossible. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is not a thing that could not possibly have happened. Of course it could. We don't know. I'm saying that the argumentation that's being presented in favor of this reading and this interpretation is, in my view, insufficient.
1517. It's Halloween. The professor for moral theology of the University of Wittenberg walks up the steps of the city's Gothic All Saints Church. His plan? To hammer 95 theses onto the wooden gate of the historic church. But let's move back in time a bit further. The year is 1506. We are in Rome, in the heart of the Vatican to be precise. It is a historic day. The cornerstone of the St. Peter's Cathedral was just laid down, a project close to the heart of Pope Julius II, and a project ridiculously expensive. To be able to afford the construction of the greatest building of its time, the church had been intensifying the trading of indulgence fees in the years leading up to the monumental architectural project. Catholic indulgence fees were the practice of paying money to the church to make good of some of our sins. The idea was basically to pay the church so that they forgave us our sins and we had to do less years in hell after our death in exchange. Indulgence fees were quite the box office hit. So back to 1517. Our young moral theologist stepping towards the wooden church gate wasn't a fan of trading wealth for well-being in the afterlife.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the 95 theses he was about to hammer onto the gate were mainly arguments opposing the practice of selling plenary indulgences. The young man nailing these into the door, of course, is Martin Luther, and this event is often credited as being the beginning of the Protestant Reformation, the great schism of the Christian Church that marks the end of the Middle Ages, the Reformation. Fast forward 131 years. The 30-Year War finally came to an end, and Europe, especially the area of the Holy Roman Empire, is devastated. The political and religious tensions that were a result of the Reformation had escalated in one of the most devastating wars in human history. About a third of the population had died, famine and plagues were devastating the land, and order had broken down completely. Even though the war had devastated Europe, conflict between Catholics and Protestants would remain for hundreds of years to come. We are in the 1830s. We're back in Rome. A young English Protestant priest is visiting the Vatican. There, he falls terribly sick. While he would survive the sickness, the illness would change him forever. He starts to question if the schism of the church is actually God's will. Maybe the Protestants are wrong after all. Maybe the true church lies within the roots of the Catholic tradition. Maybe the will of God is to go back to how things were before the schism. Once he's home in Oxford, he starts writing tracts that deal with this question. 90 of them. His views are very dogmatically biblical. His name is John Henry Newman. And his tracts, well, those are at the center of what is called the Oxford Movement, a high church movement in the 1830s that ended up quite influential. This movement was interested in reinstating Christian values from before the schism, and those ideas caught fire. Countless intellectuals all over Europe were inspired by the Oxford movement's ideas, and among those intellectuals were many architects. And this, gentle ladies, gentlemen, and gentle people in general, is the reason why we're jumping through half of Europe's history in a video about Bloodborne. See, the Oxford movement caused a desire to go back to the way things were before the church split. So architects who were inspired by it began to construct buildings in the style buildings were built before the schism. And this style was Gothic architecture. The architecture of buildings like the Palace of Westminster is heavily inspired
So I'm quiet during this part because this, to me, is very interesting. That's a connection that I definitely hadn't drawn.
by Gothic architecture of the Middle Ages. This architecture style is called Neo-Gothic, and Neo-Gothic architecture is the architectural style in which Bloodborne's Yharnam is built.
Yes.
Here's where this gets fun. If we remove any of the historical events that we just waffled about, if the 16th century church would have been a bit more careful with selling letters of indulgence, if Luther would never have published his thesis, if the church had never split, if the 30-Year War never would have taken place, or if the Oxford movement wouldn't have happened, then there would never have been a desire to architecturally return to the Middle Ages.
One thing I'll note, and this is just me, like I did do 3 years of history at university, and like that Martin Luther was not necessarily the major reason why the Reformation happened. Like it's the sort of the recounting of the story is he nailed the 95 Theses to the door, and he like framed its powerful critique of plenary indulgences and like the Latin Mass and like the church being out of step with like the needs of the people, the spiritual needs of the people, and like taking on to itself too much power. And that's all like, yeah, he did do those things, but the reason why he and his Reformation was able to succeed, where like Luther wasn't like the first guy to make these criticisms. Luther wasn't the first person to be frustrated with these things. Luther wasn't the first person to try and like divide the church and cause schisms and like cause schisms, like reform the church in these ways. But what he did manage to achieve was the support of like the political and the military support of many powerful noble families in that which we now call Germany today, right? And it was that political and financial support that allowed his Reformation movement to actually sort of gain power and steam and influence. And part of the reason why these noble families supported him is because, well, if we can frame a powerful political argument that the Catholic Church doesn't like deserve to have plenary indulgences, and it's been abusing its power, and it's been misleading the people to towards a false interpretation of Christianity, well, then we can break the power of the Catholic Church over us, right? Like that gives us a lot more power over Christianity, over the church, over religion within our territory. And indeed, the thing that you'll see in lots of Protestant nations, including the one that I live in, is that the monarch is considered head of church rather than, as in Catholicism, the Pope in Rome, right? So that it allows the head of state at much greater degree over religious life within their territory. And that's one of the very attractive things about the Protestant Reformation that, caused a lot of people with power to be like, oh, do a little Henry VIII thing. Okay, I declare myself head of church, and then all of the tithes will go to me. That's a lot of money. And get the Catholic Church off my fucking back and take over all of their land. That sure sounds like it's good for me. And if it's also what Christ wants, because of the Catholic Church is corrupt, and Mr. Martin Luther, Dr. Sir, come, please enter. I have soldiers. If you would give some speeches to them justifying why they should rebel against the church, that would be lovely. That's again, this is also me sort of giving away that I was trained in a certain school of history. That's like a materialist reading of that schism that sort of concerns itself more with power politics rather than religious dogma. And I think that's a more useful way to understand the process of the Reformation, not just as a religious schism, but also as a power political schism in Europe. None of this matters to the video. It's not a criticism of the video. This is just me info dumping a bunch of stuff that I feel is important information to be aware of, at least.
and thus the Victorian era wouldn't be associated with Neo-Gothic architecture, which means Yharnam wouldn't be this terrifying Neo-Gothic city. Here's another fun thing to think about. Bloodborne is heavily inspired by the aesthetics of Brotherhood of the Wolf. Brotherhood of the Wolf is heavily inspired by the real historic Beast of Chauvedon. So if there hadn't been a wolf terrorizing this area about 10 generations ago, then the movie Brotherhood of the Wolf would never have been made, and if this movie would never have existed, Bloodborne never would have been able to draw its aesthetics from it.
Again, that back to what I find to be some real weak argument. I've set that point already. Let's move on.
So if you enjoy Bloodborne, you have to thank a random big wolf of the 18th century for it, in a weird, twisted way. We will return to...
Again, a part of the reason why that's such a... is werewolf myths exist far, far, far beyond that one tale of one time there was a big wolf. It's werewolf myths are endemic across so much of Europe, even in Scandinavia and Denmark, we had the Berserkers, the Berserkers, right? Berserkerne. This practice of wearing animal skins in order to take on the strength and the wildness and the fury of animals is this whole thing about wearing the skin of an animal and becoming it is deeply ingrained in so much European folklore and mythology. Again, this thing of saying, oh, it was Brotherhood of the Wolf, that is the reason why Bloodborne has wolves in it, is kind of elides and sort of occludes and leaves out a huge part of the folkloric inspiration for this game. I think I think that sort of verges on strong reductionism. I think that weakens the reading a lot, honestly. If he doesn't sort of circle around to go, hey, also werewolf myths are endemic and incredibly common, and and they also have a lot of connection with blood and this idea of transmission of disease, the idea that werewolves can pass on their affliction by biting people, for example, which is I think a later, more modern addition to their specific myth, but that's also this thing of they transmit their disease from one to another through by drawing blood is Bloodborne kind of so this fixation on Brotherhood of the Wolf is I think rather weak in terms of argumentation. Again, I've said this already, but it just keeps coming up in my head.
To this idea once we reach the end of this silly little video. For now, let's return to the horrors of Yahar Ghul. In the middle of Yahar Ghul and at the center of Bloodborne's madness, we find a body. Interacting with it transfers us into the Nightmare of Mensis. There, we not only slay Mikolash and Murgo's wet nurse, but also get to attack a huge little brain. Once the wet nurse and the baby are dead, we can return to the Hunter's Dream. The workshop is now on fire. Gurman awaits us on the flower field. We arrived at the end of the game, yet we still have a question left unanswered. A question from the very beginning of the video. About a lifetime ago, we awoke in Yosefka's clinic and found a note next to us. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. We have arrived at the end of the game, yet we still have absolutely no idea what our objective was. What is pale blood? What does it mean to transcend the hunt? So those questions are surprisingly, ridiculously difficult to answer. There also is no definitive answer to it, just interpretations.
Yes.
But we'll do our best to get an answer nonetheless, in order to unravel this little...
That's the other thing, I know I've had all my objections and stuff like that. Please don't ever take any of this as dogmatic, I am right, he is wrong. That's not what this is. This is about interpretation and argumentation. It is not about having the correct answer. It's not about being the guy who gets to write the Wikipedia entry where the correct answer is written down. It's arguing and discussing. Well, it's a one-sided discussion on my part, but it's about arguing and discussing themes, meaning, ideas, and again, as you've sort of heard me do throughout this video, I watch this and I reflect a lot on how did I handle this? How did I approach discussing and exploring these themes? And a bunch of the stuff that I've said in reaction to Cieve's video here is stuff that I didn't get to put in my videos because it's things that have occurred to me after finishing my series, right? And I'm sort of processing a few of my regrets there. that there was a bunch of stuff that I didn't get to include, you know. So again, this is not about I am right, he's wrong. It's not about like beating down on him or trying to tear his interpretation apart. It's about reflection. It's about listening and reflecting on what's being said.
Mystery. We have to take a deep dive into the philosophy behind Bloodborne's main theme. We have to have a chat about the origins of our religious beliefs. We have to talk about the actual beginning of faith. We have to talk about the birth of God.
Okay, here we go. Now we're getting into the meat of it. I really do want to know like how he connects Nietzsche into this one, because that's a very interesting take.
Where does Christianity come from? So, if you're a faithful Christian, you have a clear answer to this question. Christianity originates from the Bible. The Bible is the written word of God. Simple as that. Here's the thing, however. If you happen to not believe in a Christian God, then this answer is a bit unsatisfying. I don't believe in God, but God gave us the Bible is a statement that some folks find hard to swallow. But if some people do not believe that faith originated in God, well, then where does it come from instead? At the beginning of the 19th century, a couple of bright bubbles thought about this question. Among those bright bubbles is a heavily mustached one, called Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche's thoughts on the matter left a permanent mark on human history. But one thing after the other. Let's travel back a couple of thousand years into the first millennium before Christ, and let's waffle about something we seldomly waffle about. Let's talk about how societies were structured thousands of years ago. In ancient times, people were either doing kinda okay or really, really bad. The folks that were doing kinda okay were usually the people that were in charge. The people that were doing really bad were the rest. The people that were not in charge. As a matter of fact, those people were probably the property of the folks that were doing okay. Those people were likely enslaved. So both of those groups develop ethical ideas, ideas about what is good and what is bad. But depending of which group we are part of, we probably end up with completely different morals. Nietzsche calls those differing morals master morality and slave morality. But I don't like the terms very much, so we're going to call them doing really good morality and doing really bad morality.
Okay, yeah. I completely understand why he doesn't like those terms, because they are loaded. But I do think there's a certain importance in the way that Nietzsche named these things, in part because there's the connection to Hegelian philosophy, right? Like the master-slave dialectic, which like sort of gets lost if you don't use the terminology, and also because like he meant master and slave, like he meant like he was talking about a form of slavery. Like he thought that some people were enslaved, not just not doing very well, but that they were having cruelty and violence done upon them. And in part, that cruelty and violence was being done upon them by ideological sickness in their brains, right? Like that they were induced into the slave morality that kept them complicit and kept them weak, so that the master could continue to profit by their exploitation, right? So he was talking about, like, and there are many criticisms you can make of Nietzsche and the way that he used language and the things that he called his concept. Like the Übermensch is like a concept that has caused some fucking problems in the years since Nietzsche formulated it. But it is kind of important to his argumentation that we keep in mind that this is a master and slave relationship. Like this is master morality and slave morality, and that the slave morality serves the purpose of enslaving the person, right? And that is something that is like relevant to liberation philosophy, in terms of like the ways in which systems of power inculcate oppressed people with belief systems that cause their oppression to continue, right? For example, and this is where I'm gonna get all Marxist on you again, the cult of personal responsibility that is like endemic to capitalism and to like to to like many forms of liberalism, like this thing of like you individually personally make individual personal responsible decisions about your own personal responsibility to individually improve your individual condition personally with your responsibility, and no one else has any responsibility to you to help you, to give you aid or comfort, or to owe you anything, or to be a part of it. Like everyone is a rational, completely independent actor who just acts rationally and independently of everyone else. And then when everyone acts rationally and independently, then good happens through a process. Some invisible hand does good, right? I am being reductionist because I think this philosophy is ridiculous, but that is sort of like, and you can make the argument that that particular thing, like this cult of individualism, this cult of the rational, self-interested individual who's going it alone, pulling themselves up by their bootstrap, is just completely coincidentally a morality, a form of morality that's really, really good for the people who already have all of the money. Just by sheer coincidence, when you have a completely free market where no one regulates anything and individuals just use whatever resources they have to do whatever the hell they want, that's great if you're rich, because you can do so much more than any poor person ever can. And that's just completely coincidentally that's an ideology that supports the continued accumulation of wealth and power into fewer and fewer hands, who then turn around to say, well, because we were able to accumulate all this wealth and power, that's evidence that we're better people. That's evidence that we had more personal responsibility, that we had smarter ideas and better thoughts, and that we were just a better class of person, and therefore we deserve to have all of this, which we have. And by the way, we're going to pass this down to our children, regardless of whether or not those children are any good at anything. And then they get to be in charge because they have all the money, which proves that they're good people, regardless of whether they've ever actually, like, that could be an example of a master-slave morality, where the people in charge, the people who have money, maintain a morality that it's completely okay for them to get things handed to them for free, for them to hand things for free to their children. But it's very bad if poor people get handed something for free. That's hazardous to their morality. And like poor people get inculcated with this constant sense of shame that they aren't wealthy, like that if they think to themselves, if I was just a better person, then I would have money. Like every misfortune that befalls me is entirely my own fault. And so I should feel shame and misery and sadness over all of them, and I should blame all of them on myself and never demand any help from anyone else, because that would be like furthering my shame, which again, practical for the rich people. So I'm going off on a thing. Again, I'm not an expert on Nietzschean philosophy. I do know that the naming of the master slave morality thing is like important to the semantic content of what Nietzsche was saying. But anyway, I completely understand why he's not super comfortable using those words over and over again, especially in a YouTube video, because YouTube monitors what is said in a video and they can go off on that shit. So it's like, yeah, I get it. It's just, I am info dumping about stuff because I'm reacting to a YouTube video, so that this is what you get.
I promise this is related to Bloodborne, by the way. So, say we're doing really good in an ancient society. How do our morals develop? You know, what are we likely going to deem to be good, and what are we likely going to deem bad? And the answer is kind of obvious. We are doing good. We got a lot of money and lots of food and probably a house and a bunch of slaves, so we will end up with morals in which those things that we are already doing end up what we deem to be good. And what will we probably deem bad? Well, everything that isn't like us. The common or the poor and the behaviors of those peoples. Which brings us to the next question.
Yeah, again, and he is correct about that. Like that's a reasonably good explanation of Nietzschean philosophy, I think. And probably better than mine, because he did it in much fewer words.
If we view the world like this, which gods will we likely end up worshipping? And the answer is gods that are like us. If we fight a lot and enjoy wars, we worship the god of war. If we like to drink a lot, there's a god of wine. If we value beauty, there's a god for that, and so on. We'll probably come up with gods that mirror us in some way. Gods that incorporate our own strengths and weaknesses. Our idea of God is likely to evolve around our idea of ourselves. Most pantheons in the early documented human history were like that. The ancient Greeks worshipped gods that were basically themselves. So did the Romans and the Egypts and the Norse. and I don't know enough about the pantheon of the Aztecs, but in my limited understanding, they did so as well. So at the beginning of civilization, lots of different people in different places came up with similar ways to structure their faith. Those religious systems are the moral systems of the people that were doing good in the ancient times. But what about the people that were doing really bad? With what ideas of God do they come up? Well, those folks can't do what the others are doing. The morals of the people that were doing good originate in the fact that they were doing good. But those guys are doing bad. Really bad. They were likely enslaved. It's hard to define something like that as ethically good, as something worth striving to. So those ancient people are confronted with a problem. Not only are they suffering, but their abusers are also doing much better than they are. How to cope with something like this? Well, let's talk about human suffering for a moment. Exhilarating, I know. See, as humans, we can endure great suffering, and we often even do it willingly. There are people that willingly hit the gym every day at 4 o'clock in the morning to lift objects the weight of a full-grown gorilla 30 times in a row because they want to cause tiny tears in their poor muscles. That's suffering. There are people that drastically limit what they eat because they want to lose the survival buffer called fat that our body so proudly built up for tougher times. That's suffering as well. And then there are people that weirdly decide to take their hard-earned economic capital, called money, and decide to do absolutely nothing with it. They digitally entrap it in a bank for decades, where it does absolutely nothing, instead of buying something fun with it, like those fuzzy plushies. That's also a form of suffering. The thing is, people are actually more than happy to suffer day in and day out. We all willingly suffer day in and day out. However, and that's the thing, we only are willing to suffer if we find meaning in our suffering. So how do we find meaning in suffering? Well, with narratives. If we hit the gym every day at 4 o'clock, we probably do it because we follow a narrative of health or because we read the wrong pickup artist. If we try to lose weight, we do it most of the time because we want to get closer
I would argue that there's no such thing as a right pickup artist, but I get what he means.
to our idea of beauty. Our idea of beauty, however, is also just a narrative. And if we decide to save a huge chunk of the money that we earn, then we do it because we tell ourselves little stories about how it will help us in rough times or how we will be able to buy something amazing with it one day. Those little narratives give meaning to our suffering. And as long as we find meaning in our suffering, we're more than happy to suffer day in and day out. And this is where things become interesting. See, it doesn't matter if the narrative we believe in is actually true. All that we have to do is really believe it, which brings us back to those suffering folks from a couple of thousand years ago. Those people are suffering bad, really bad. They are considered to be the property of other people. There has to be an insane amount of abuse, physically, psychologically, and even sexually. How do those people cope with their suffering? Well, what Nietzsche basically proclaims, at least as I understand the man, is that they came up with narratives to give their suffering meaning. But they did not do the good-bad thing that the people in charge were doing. They played a little trick. They replaced the concept of bad with the concept of evil. Evil is the opposite of good. And good, well, good is the opposite of what the people in charge are doing. They define good in opposition to their oppressors and evil in the face of their oppressors. If their oppressors, for example, are selfish, then being selfish becomes evil and loving your neighbor becomes good. If their oppressors believe in many gods and are pretty chill about differing beliefs, then we end up believing in just a single god and define believing in any other as evil. If the oppressors live their sexuality and homosexuality openly, then they define it as evil to do so. And if the oppressors are merciless to the sick and the weak, then mercy becomes good. If the oppressors are rich, then greed and opulence become evil. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for someone who is rich to enter the kingdom of God. To quote my favorite Bible verse that everyone collectively agrees to pretend it does not exist. You know, what happened is that the people that were being collectively abused came up with a narrative to give their suffering meaning. And in this narrative, there exists a force above us, a force that sees everything and that values the suffering of the abused and will punish the oppressors for their abusing.
Yeah. One thing that's important to note here is that Nietzsche, in framing that criticism, like it's can be applied to other things. I have always understood it as very specifically and very pointedly a criticism of Christianity, from a Christian perspective, right? And that sort of ties into the concept of like Christian atheism, like this idea of like being critical of religion, being against religion, but the religion that you're critical of and against is first and foremost Christianity, and then you sort of lump all other religions in with that. And that's kind of what Nietzsche is doing here, right? Like he's sort of saying, okay, so we have Christianity, which is the slave morality, with all of their like, oh, mercy and some things are evil and all of that, but then like, and then we have all other religions on earth, and they are the other one, right? Like where he builds a model of religiosity that's very heavily based on, like, on an assumption of Christianity. Then he sets that against basically all the other like non-monotheistic religions on earth, and says these are the two categories of religion. Right, there are two categories that religions can be in, and they have these traits and they have those traits, and those are the ones. And that's extremely reductive to how religion actually functions, right? Which is one of the criticisms that you can make of Nietzsche, is that he has this very, very specific and I would argue narrow view of what religion is. And where faith come from and what faith's purpose in the world is, that is deeply shaped by, you know, the world that he lived in. Whereas, you know, like religion has other functions in other societies, like China, and the concept of the mandate of heaven, and the way that like that they treat religion is like not something you can just kind of map one-to-one onto a Western understanding of religion, like Taoism and Hinduism and Buddhism and like Shintoism and like nature religions and things like that. They don't map necessarily onto Nietzsche's conception of this at all. His, at least in my opinion, his critiques of religion should be understood very specifically in a heavily Christianized perspective.
Eternally after death. You know, the fact that the enslaved people had no way to reach the good life their oppressors were living forced them to define their oppressors' behavior as evil and their own lives as morally good. And then they came up with a force that one day will bring justice to the injustices they were certainly experiencing. They basically cheated psychologically. They made up a referee that heavily favors their team but will only reveal the true score once the game is over. You probably know already where this is headed, but for the sake of completeness, Nietzsche assumes that those dynamics were the origins of our modern ethical belief systems. Somewhen approximately 2 millennia ago, the doing really bad morality won and replaced all other ethics. And we all now were raised taking in a morality pill whose function it was to give meaning to the suffering of people thousands of years ago, which Nietzsche does not consider to be an ideal situation. To put it lightly, we are almost ready to hop back into Yharnam, just one more thing, and then we're ready to untangle Bloodborne. We quickly have to waffle about another one of Nietzsche's fun and mildly unsettling ideas. We have to quickly chat about Nietzsche's Übermensch, or Overman. So first, I don't like the term Übermensch very much because it comes with as much historical baggage as words potentially come.
Yeah.
So let's not call the concept Übermensch, let's call it better being instead. Not only was the term better being never involved in any genocide, it also has a much nicer phonetic flow.
Right. But again, my criticism here is like, I think it is important to use the term that has the connotation of genocide, because that's a relevant understanding and criticism of Nietzsche's work, is the ways in which his philosophy could be used that way. His philosophy allows for the justification. It's not the only philosophy. Like Christianity, in some ways, also allows for the justification of genocide, right? Like of this like the Nazis used a very fucked up and perverted version of Nietzsche's philosophy when they used it, and it should be said, Nietzsche hated anti-Semites. He was not a fan, but it should be noted that like a relevant aspect of Nietzsche's philosophy is how it has been used and what it has been used to do. So again, I understand not wanting to say Übermensch 150 times in a video essay, because again, the YouTube baleful eye of Sauron is always watching. I would argue that it's important to preserve the historical context of these terms.
So what does Nietzsche mean with this concept? Nietzsche's idea of a better being that transcends humanity in its current form is hard to pin down, but one thing he certainly means with it is the overcoming of exactly those morals we just talked about. It is to overcome the morals that derive from a concept of good and evil altogether. The idea is basically that we overcome the dogmatic values of religion and instead create values from within ourselves, to evolve God from within ourselves, to become our own God over our own self. Or, since we talked in a metaphor of narratives before, to live by the narrative, that we are able to create our own narratives. And then he also means like 3,000 other things with the term. Again, the concept is hard to pin down. Okay, so
Nietzsche's philosophy and like the concept of the Übermensch and all of it's very, I guess I mentioned multiple times, I'm not a Nietzsche scholar, I'm not an expert in the philosophy. It is complicated fucking shit, and people have written like entire dissertations and like made entire careers out of interpreting it. It's not like an easy thing to boil down into 5 minutes of video essay, or however long it was he spent on it, or even 20 minutes or an hour of video essay. So like if I sound like I'm giving Ceave shit for like not being complete enough about his understanding of Nietzsche or whatever, understand that my understanding isn't complete either, like at all. And it's a thing of like, what I'm trying to do is add some of my knowledge and perspective onto what he's saying, because I don't think he's really been wrong about anything yet.
What in heaven's name has all of
he's not been wrong about any of his summary of Nietzsche yet.
this to do with Bloodborne again? Well, here's a fun Nietzsche quote. Let's bow to the facts. The people have won, or the slaves. No people ever had a more world historic mission. The masters are deposed. The morality of the common people has triumphed. You might take this victory for blood poisoning. I do not deny it, but undoubtedly this intoxication has succeeded. And here's another equally fun quote. Where they injected their blood, they injected their vice as well. See, Bloodborne's entire setting is pretty much a gigantic metaphor of Nietzsche's ideas. It's Nietzsche's ideas taken literally. You see, the blood in Bloodborne is a metaphor for Christianity. In the Catholic tradition, there exists a very strong image of taking in the blood of God. The wine that we drink during communion, it's the blood of Christ in the Catholic tradition. In Bloodborne, the sick, the weak and the suffering are looking for healing, and this is why they take in the blood of the old gods.
Okay, so that's going kind of where I think it is. Yeah, you know what? I'll have a thing, but I'll save it for later because I'm not 100% sure it's relevant.
Metaphorically, they are taking in the ideas of the church. They take in the blood of Christ. But while this blood may heal them from their suffering, it also disconnects them from their true human core. Metaphorically, the religion is disconnecting the people of Yharnam from their true untainted self. The healing is poisoning them. Once we understand this, a lot of Bloodborne's strangeness suddenly makes sense. Take the game's obsession with the idea of birthing a god. Adela, a prostitute we can save, eventually gets impregnated by a god and gives birth to its child. Yharnam gives birth to the child of a god. The orphan of Kos is the child of a god. The game's focus on birthing a god comes from its themes. Bloodborne is inspired by Nietzsche's ideas of what gave birth to Christian beliefs. So birthing a god.
Okay, so this is not a criticism of the video or the point that it's trying to make right now. This is more of a quibble about framing and formatting. What he said is that Bloodborne is inspired by these things. And again, I think that's a really difficult claim to make. I think it's a very difficult claim to substantiate. Because you're trying to make a claim about what was in the heads of the authors when they made it. And in order to make that claim, you ultimately need some kind of primary source that cites the authors themselves on this question, right? Like we can know pretty damn well for sure that C.S. Lewis based the Chronicles of Narnia on his own Christian faith, both because we can obviously see Aslan as the Jesus metaphor that he painfully obviously is, but also because Lewis wrote about this. Like he wrote about this with conviction and very openly, and Tolkien criticized him for it a bunch. He wrote very openly about what the inspiration for, where he was drawing from. So that's how we know, right? And, like, yes, you can make the argument based just on the text that Aslan is a very, very obvious Jesus metaphor. But with Bloodborne, it's like, yeah, like, you can absolutely argue that Nietzsche's ideas are present here. Absolutely. You can look at the text and say, I can see Nietzsche's ideas present in this text. And that's an argument that you can definitely make. I think there's a strong argument to be made for that. I don't think there's a strong argument to be made for Bloodborne was inspired by this thing, because that's not making a claim about what is present in the text. That's making a claim about what was present in the intention of the creator. And this is nitpicky, completely nitpicky. This is not about bad argumentation about, like, he's wrong about Nietzsche being present. Like, Nietzsche may very well have inspired Bloodborne. Absolutely. Nothing I'm saying precludes that. Just that framing it that way makes it sound like you're making a claim about the minds of the creators rather than making a claim about the thematic content of the thing. And this is sort of like, I can hear my literature professor in my head right now telling me the same thing, like in response to my papers. So it's like that's where I'm coming from on this one. It's just a little thing about exactly how you frame your claims about a text.
God is on the one hand a symbol for the beginning of religion, while birthing God's son is a symbol for Christ on the other hand. More on that in a second. First, let's take a look at a couple of other parts of Bloodborne that make a lot of sense if viewed through a Nietzsche-shaped lens. The game has a strong theme of human evolution that ties into Nietzsche's idea of becoming a better being. William and Lawrence are both searching for ways to transcend humanity in Bergenworth. Lawrence and William's path split when Lawrence decides to use the blood. The blood is once again a stand-in for faith, so Lawrence tries to evolve humanity with religion. William, however, tells Lawrence to fear the religion. He wants to evolve humanity by gaining knowledge through other means, which is a stand-in for science, something Nietzsche did not believe to be able to give the answers to humans' most pressing questions either. So William's path to evolve humanity is via science, but while this scientific approach granted the scholars at Bergenworth many eyes to look at the world, it didn't save them. William ends up completely apathetic, sitting at the lake, almost in complete disconnect from the world. As a side note, I believe his state is modeled after Nietzsche's fear of nihilism, but going into that is even beyond the scope of this video. Then there is the side quest of the nun and the prostitute. In the game we can first rescue prostitute
Ariana. This is one thing I will criticize about the scripting of this video and the delivery of this video. Like, getting a name wrong every once in a while is like, it's just a thing that happens. I do it. Everyone does it. It's normal. It's not a big deal. I will say it's happened enough in this video that it kind of gives me the impression that he didn't want to do another take, or that he didn't like review the script in order to make sure he didn't review the video. And I'm sure none of that's true, right? Again, because I have done this many times, and it's not because I'm not diligent or not trying to, like, I don't go over my work, or it's like, sometimes this shit just slips through and it happens. But that's the feeling I get as a viewer, is like, oh, like, could you not do another take? Did you not review the thing before you put it on? That's what it feels like when those mistakes crop up over and over again. So that's a little criticism. Again, not that I'm holding myself any better. I have made the same mistake. I will make the same mistake again. I guarantee you. Just that I should probably also, like, again, I'm trying to use his video to reflect on my own work. I should probably also, like, take care to do another script review or two, maybe do another take or two on my voiceovers before I publish a video. I have gone too fast too many times.
And later on a nun, and we can send both of them to the cathedral ward. Here's where this gets interesting. We can choose to either take the blood of the prostitute, a woman of pleasure, or we can choose to take the blood of the nun. The nun's blood symbolizes Christian ethics and beliefs. The prostitute's blood symbolizes pre-Christian morals that derive from pleasure. So far, so good. So if
that is interesting. That is, like, yes. Again, I didn't really cover faith in my playthrough of Bloodborne, which I think is one of the weaknesses of my series. But yes, like, that would absolutely have been extremely relevant. And there's the blood of the doctor, Josefka, who also gives you vials of her blood in return for you giving her victims, right? So there's a third path there that I think should, if you're doing this, if you're counterposing these two, and maybe he'll do it in just a second, I don't know. But if you're counterposing these two, you should probably account for Yosefka's blood as well, because that's the science blood, right? Which, yeah.
We choose the prostitute's blood several times over the nun's, and something curious happens. We chose the prostitute over the nun. Metaphorically, we chose pleasure over the ethics of the church. This makes the nun extremely envious. So envious, in fact, that she kills the prostitute to prevent us from taking any more of her blood. Metaphorically, our rejection of the values of the church made the church furious. So furious that the church forcefully tries to hinder us from accessing those pleasures that they deem evil, here by killing the prostitute, you know? The symbolism here is about the church trying to control which pleasures we can access. This side quest is pretty much a Nietzschean metaphor for the last 2 millennia of ecclesiastical history.
Yeah, that's maybe overstating the point. And I will also say, like, it, because you can send both Ariana and Adela to... Hang on, did I jump the gun on my criticism before? I thought he said Adela when he meant Ariana. Did I just mishear that? In case I misheard that, like, the criticism still stands that he's gotten the names wrong a few times. And that's a thing that I should also be better at. But it's, if so, like, sorry about, like, that was me making a mistake that time because of my ADHD makes me jump to conclusions sometimes. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, to get to the thing I was trying to talk about, you can send both Adela and Ariana to Yosefka. And if you do that, Yosefka will turn them into, like, use her celestial science nonsense, cult science stuff of the choir to turn both of those into children of the Celestials. Like, essentially turn them into celestial messengers, which is why I think the celestial messenger boss is really kind of important. And in the metaphor that he's establishing here, like this thing about this conflict between pre-Christian and post and Christian moralities, that I think that's an interesting wrinkle that, hey, it turns out that science is something which is able to completely overpower and to devour both of these sets of morality and like transcend all of that into its own totalizing, like, conformity of both these. Like, it can make both of these things conform to itself and transform both of those things into itself. Like, and like that science can dominate these two other things, right? Like that I think that would be an interesting wrinkle on the interpretation, an interesting way to support that interpretation too.
Hooray! And with that, we finally have established all the necessary fluff to finally try to answer the big question. The question we've conveniently been avoiding since the very beginning of the video. And this question is, of course, what is pale blood? It's finally time to unpack this. Just one more thing, a small disclaimer, because I feel that it may be necessary to avoid confusion. Bloodborne, as a game, is not pushing any agenda. The game is not trying to tell anyone how to live their lives. While I strongly suspect that the game is heavily inspired by Nietzsche's ideas, I do not think that the game tries to force them onto the player or anything, you know?
See, and this is a place where I very strongly disagree. I think Bloodborne is absolutely trying to say something and trying to argue for it strongly. But as I've said in my own videos, like, I don't think Bloodborne has, like, any one point that it's like, this is the thing. Like, this is the main thing I want to say. This is the thing I want everyone to come away, like, be convinced of this one thing. But rather that it's communicating a set of nightmarish themes, right? Like, what it wants you to understand is its horror. It wants you to understand the horror of pregnancy. It wants you to understand like the inherent body horror of birth and the inherent violence of being brought into the world through blood and pain and suffering, and the ways in which, like, blood and pain and suffering and violence done to human bodies, especially to women's bodies, to bodies that happen to have reproductive wombs in them, which not all women's bodies do. Like, it wants you to understand the horror of that. That is what it is definitely pushing upon you. Very, very insistently, as all of this shit is fucking terrifying. Right? Like, that is the agenda that it's pushing. It's not... I think he's right in saying, like, it doesn't push, like, it doesn't want you to believe in Nietzschean morality philosophy, right? I don't think it's pushing that, but I think Bloodborne does have a very, very strong message, which like, in the way that horror games often have very simple messages, is that, hey, pregnancy is terrifying and fucked up, and we should probably be conscious of that if we're going to ask people to go through it in order to make more human beings. Maybe we should be conscious and think about what pregnancy is, not just on a like sterile medical scale, but we should also be conscious of what it is like as a physical experience, as an emotional experience for a person to go through. Right? That's why there's so much like horrifying pregnancy, abortion, menstruation imagery in Bloodborne. Like, again, my interpretation of the game, but I believe Bloodborne is pushing that message really, really hard. And like, it does not feel neutral about whether or not you pick up on that, whether or not you integrate that, internalize that. If you do not internalize or integrate that, then like you have to disagree with the game, because the game is trying to push something on you. That's my opinion anyway.
Sometimes something just explores an idea or entertains it without trying to convince anyone of it. That's what's going on.
Again, this is where I have to voice a strong disagreement. Is like, no, the act of exploring something, the mere act of deciding that something is worth exploring, is a rhetorical argument in favor of its consideration. Right? If you write a book about something, doesn't matter what it is. Like, doesn't matter what it is. At the very least, the statement that you are making, that you cannot help but make, that it is impossible not to make, is that this is worth consideration. This is worth thinking about. This is worth talking about. And that is a statement of values. Like, not a radical statement necessarily. Like, not the loudest, most politically explosive statement anyone could ever make, but it is a statement, always. Like, this is worth considering is always a statement of values. Always. Doesn't matter what it is. Like, even if it's like a book for like toddlers where it's like Sarah learns to poop or whatever. It's like, it's still like the act of writing a children's book about that is a value statement that these things are worth verbalizing and these things are worth discussing and teaching about, right? And that's not like, no one would disagree that it is good that children learn to put, well, probably some weirdo would. But it is still a statement of values, right? Like, I don't believe that there is a way to neutrally and objectively create art, no matter what it is. Like, no matter how anodyne, how innocent, how meaningless it may seem, I just don't think there's a way to do that. There just isn't. Like, everything has a political dimension, right? Not a radical dimension necessarily, not a particularly necessarily an interesting one, but it has one, because the act of gracing something with your attention and expecting others to grace it with their attention too is a statement of value. Which, I know that's wanky. I know that's like highfalutin, fancy, like it's very distant from practical concerns about artwork and art. But it is like that is a very, very fundamental philosophical belief that I have. All art is inevitably political. All art has a position, even if that position is only, this is worth your consideration. Right? So, again, not an important criticism of the video, just a disagreement about the nature of how art sort of functions.
On with Bloodborne, the game is inspired by something, but it doesn't try to convince anyone of this idea. Second, neither am I trying to push an agenda. I certainly think Nietzsche got a point here, but I'm overall much less critical of faith and religion than this video may make it sound. Once again, we're entertaining an idea here, but it doesn't mean that we fully have to accept it. Cool, and with this we 100...
Okay, this is another moment of reflection and self-criticism here, I think. These disclaimers, right, are so necessary when you do the job that he and I do. it is unfortunate, and I have ranted on this channel before about how annoying I find it, but they are so necessary. When you make a video like this and you talk about this, like philosophy, science, history, these things, there is, because of the way that the world is organized around these stupid fucking culture wars, because of the way that people online have been trained to comprehend and understand everything through the lens of like the friend-enemy distinction, it is unfortunately necessary, and it fucking sucks. I hate it. It is unfortunately necessary to do these kinds of disclaimers to say, listen, I'm not fucking here trying to convince you to vote for one guy or the other. I'm not here to convince you to radically shift your life around one political philosophy or another. I'm not even here to necessarily endorse or condemn the ideas that I'm discussing in a video. Sometimes, like, I'm just here to discuss the ideas. I'm not here to like try and push my ideology on anyone. I just want you to listen to this stuff. Like, again, by making this video, Ceave is intrinsically making the rhetorical claim that what he has to say is worthy of consideration. And that is an agenda. And that's the agenda. Like, everyone, I have that agenda. Every time, like, when I'm making this reaction video right now, I am making the argument that this shit is worth someone's attention somewhere, which is an arrogant statement on my part. But it's like, but those, like, these disclaimers are necessary for our job, and it sucks. I really wish it wasn't. I really wish people, like, that Ceave and I could both be confident that when we make a video like this, like a video about like philosophical discussions and opinions and like literature and meaning and themes and ideas, that people would approach them in some good fucking faith for once. Right? That we can trust that people will approach them in good faith. That people will, like, oh, this is an opinion video made by a guy whose job it is to have opinions on the internet. I should probably treat this video like a piece of opinion and not come at people with some accusation about, you're trying to push an agenda, or you're trying to make me, you're trying to force me to think a certain way. It's like, oh, where the fuck do you get that bullshit into your head? Like, you incomprehensible dipshit. And like, if you don't make these disclaimers, you get so many of those fucking comments. And like, if the wrong right-wing dipshit, if the wrong, like, hypersensitive, chronically online call-out person sees your thing and decides to interpret it in the worst possible faith, like, the amount of misery you can get into is like, it's so obscenely disproportionate to the amount of offense that you could possibly have caused, like, to the severity of the mistake you could possibly have committed. And it's like, yeah, like, I hate these disclaimers. Like, I hate that they're necessary. I hate that there's any need for them to exist at all. I don't think they should. And I many times I wish and I want to just delete them from my fucking scripts and never apologize and never even, like, out of spite, I want to say, it's not just my opinion, it's the fucking fact, and if you can't handle that, fuck it. Like, I want to be spiteful and defiant and, like, just tell people who cannot engage with my work in good faith to go suck a fat one and fuck off. But it's also, like, but you also have to have some empathy for why the situation is the way that it is, why people are so locked into these friend-enemy distinctions. It's not because they themselves are individually stupid, right? It's because they live in systems that force that attitude on us. I live in those systems. Like, I interpret so much of what I see all the time through a kind of friend-enemy distinction, right? Like, I see, like, someone go viral online, and I'm kind of and I brace myself. I'm just go, oh my god, it's gonna, are they gonna have some fucking anti-Semitic opinion somewhere? Like, this person who's doing this cool, cute viral video, this is just gonna turn out that they're a Nazi? Is it gonna turn out that they defrauded 5 million people out of all of their retirement money, and like old people are dead because of them? Like, it's gonna be something, right? Like, what's gonna happen? I'm ready for it, because you're so ready for this to turn out to just be some horrible piece of shit who you should never have given your attention to, right? And that's a friend-enemy distinction thing. Like that's this thing about like sorting the world into my people and the others. I do it too, and so like I can't, like, frustrating as though I find it, I can't sit here and be like, yeah, you shouldn't do that. Like no apologies. Like why are you putting this in your video, Steve? Why are you doing all these apologies? Why are you giving all these disclaimers? You don't like stand by your opinions. That's what I'm tempted to say. That's my sort of emotional reaction. But thinking about it, it's like, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I understand. And I think I've talked about this before. I think every time I do it, I feel like it weakens my script. Every time I spend a whole bunch of time presenting an interesting viewpoint, like discussing something fascinating and making the argument that this is worth consideration, right? This is worth at least thinking about. And then I go, well, I mean, but it's only my opinion, and it's just what I think, and it's not what anyone else has to think, and I'm just saying things. It's like I've made those equivocations like dozens and dozens of times throughout this entire reaction video commentary thing. I feel in my heart that it weakens the script, that it would be stronger, it would be more impactful, it would be better art without it. But I keep fucking making them, so I'm not really in a position to judge anyone else. You know? I don't have a solution to this problem. I just a bit of self-reflection.
% have removed any possible cause for confusion, and I'm looking forward to reading a thoughtful and respectful comment section that is not only supportive, but also appreciative of everyone's worldview.
Yeah, right? Like, that's a prayer. That's a prayer he just did. It's like, just like, please, for the love of God, I'm begging you people, like, just praying that the wrong bastard doesn't turn up, right? Like that you don't catch the eye of Sauron of the wrong online group, and now your mentions and your comments and like your inbox and everything is going to be filled with bullshit and garbage for weeks, right? That's a prayer he just said out loud to like the god of the YouTube algorithm. Like, please don't show my video to the freaks. I don't know what's in, like, I don't know that he would say that. I don't know what's in his specific head, but that's what I think every time I make them, is like, just please don't, none of the freaks, not this time, none of the fucking weirdos. Just give me the reasonably normal people, please.
Who am I kidding? Ray.
Yeah, who am I kidding? I know, right?
Bloodborne reads, seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. There's a small stumbling with the translation going on here. The original Japanese translation reveals that this note was written in our own handwriting, meaning it is a task we wrote down for ourselves. So we seek to transcend something called the hunt, and we transcend it by seeking pale blood. So first, I believe that the idea of transcending is similar to the idea of evolving humankind. This would mean that pale blood is the way to evolve humankind. That's obviously speculative, but it would make a lot of sense, because it would mean that our task in the game is to do exactly what William and Lawrence tried before and failed. It would bring the story full circle. William tried to evolve humankind symbolically with science, but this left him in complete disconnect with the world around him. Lawrence tried to evolve humankind with religion, but while it healed the people, it also poisoned humanity. Another failure. And now we are here to try it again. And our method of transcending is neither science nor religion. Our method is pale blood. So pale blood. Miyazaki actually spoke about the concept of pale blood in an interview in Bloodborne's strategy guide. He gave a really cryptic answer that doesn't really reveal much to us other than one very curious thing. I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said he had two things in mind that the pale blood refers to. One is the true color of the sky that is revealed to us after killing Rom and ending the ritual. The other one is the moon presence, the final boss of the game. Alrighty, right. The pieces are on the table. Let's puzzle this together. Bloodborne is about overcoming moral religious ethics. Blood in Bloodborne is symbolically faith. Pale blood is meant to be pale faith. And pale faith is meant to mean a kind of moral belief that is not given to us from the outside, but arises from within. I believe the pale means untainted here. In the beginning of the game, we take in the old blood, which means the game begins with the tainting of our blood. Our blood is now no longer pale. The game is now a journey to untaint our blood. On a metaphorical layer, the game begins with us taking in Catholic faith, and the events of the game reflect our journey to let go of those beliefs again. There are 3 key moments. One is us ending the ritual and slaying Rom, one is slaying Murgo's wet nurse, which is the event that sets the Hunter's Dream on fire, and finally it is defeating the moon presence after consuming the umbilical cord. And all of those 3 events can be understood as a metaphor for leaving Christian beliefs behind. First we slay Rom, the vacuous spider. Symbolically we slay the Pope here, as we've already waffled about. We slay the church as institutionalized belief. With the church gone, to give meaning to our lives, the true absurd nature of the world is revealed to us. It's a metaphor for Nietzsche's death of God. In the next step, we slay the wet nurse in the nightmare. Here's the thing with the wet nurse fight. We do not really kill her here. What is truly going on is that we kill the invisible baby in the cradle. After the fight, there is an almost comically long delay before the nightmare slain message appears. During this time, we can hear how the baby slowly stops to scream. During this time, the baby in the cradle dies. Only then we get the boss defeated message. Okay, so this baby here is the baby that Queen Yarnam gave birth to and whose father is Oedon, a god. Yarnam is symbolically Virgin Mary, which makes the child that she gave birth to, well, the baby is symbolically Jesus, isn't it? Metaphorically, we slay Jesus here, which is the second step on our journey to rid our blood of the corrupting influence. At first, we left the institutionalized church behind, and now we leave behind the belief in Christ at all. Next, we have to find the 3 parts of an umbilical cord. If we consume those 3 umbilical cords, then the moon presence appears and we can fight it. An umbilical cord is what connects us to our mother while she's pregnant with us. So, you know, an umbilical cord is literally what connects us to our creator being God, the moon presence being a stand-in for God. What we do here is break the umbilical cord. We break the connection with our creator through which we get fed. In a Nietzschean metaphor, the thing that is fed to us by God is meaning. So we cut the meaning-feeding bond to the God within ourselves and then stand up against it and defeat it in a duel. So we disconnected ourselves from God and we defeated the idea, which is the 3rd and final step in our journey to pale blood or untainted faith. And then this ending sequence plays. We are now at...
Okay, I'm gonna interrupt here to say that, like, throughout this thing, like, I've disagreed a bunch, like, with the specific argumentation that Ceave has been using. I have resisted, like, a bunch of the conclusions that he's drawing, a bunch of the argumentation that he's been using to build towards this point. I think, like, I have my opinions on that, but the framework that he's drawing out here, I think, is strong. Like, maybe I'd make a few modifications to it, but who cares? I think the fundamental framework of what he's proposing here is good. Like, I think you can absolutely make this argument meaningfully. Like, yeah, like, again, I don't know that I would equate Rom with the Pope directly in that way necessarily, but, like, this thing of, like, if we take Bloodborne as a journey out of religious faith, then, like, yeah, absolutely, like, that definitely works. That, like, Rom is, like, you slay ignorance, right? Rather than it's specifically the Pope who's trying to keep it, like, but, like, just that religion tries to keep you ignorant, right? And the same thing with, like the wet nurse, like, perhaps could represent, rather than, like, because if in my understanding of Murgo and the wet nurse is that, like, the baby is basically in fucking purgatory, right? Like, that this child is just locked in this state of constant screaming and crying and screaming and crying for a parent figure that will never come because the wet nurse has it in its grasp. Like, you're freeing the child from purgatory. So, like, that could be, like, freeing yourself from the fear of suffering in the afterlife, right? Like, no, fuck that. I'm not afraid of suffering in the afterlife. I will, like, I'm not a child weeping for my mother. I will slay this nightmare and set myself free. And then I think the strongest thing is, like, that the nameless moon presence is God. Like, yes, because that absolutely tracks with how the moon presence is presented within Bloodborne's lore. It is the god of the hunters. It is the source of the hunter's dream. It is the reason why they rise and rise and rise again to fight and fight and fight and become more and more corrupted and turn into beasts eventually. That is the moon presence that does that. It is the god of the hunters, and so by slaying it, and like, I think the argument with the umbilical cord is also very, very strong, right? That you break the umbilical, like you either consume the umbilical cords or you break them, which I think is probably comports better with the animation that plays when you consume those items. And in so doing, you sever your link with it, because that's what the moon presence does in the second ending of the game, where you beat Gehrman and you see the moon presence, and you are not able to, like, it embraces you and then you take Gehrman's place. That is like the thing of like being unable to break the connection with God, but then in the ending where you have eaten all the umbilical cords, it tries to embrace you and then it's rejected. And the place it tries to embrace you is around your belly button, like around where on a woman the womb would be. That is where it tries to embrace you. And it is rejected from you, like, so signifying that you have broken the connection. I think especially reading the moon presence as God and killing the moon presence as the rejection of God, like that's a really strong standing point to go from when arguing for this particular interpretation. I think that is very solid.
Larva and no human anymore. We transcended humanity. Symbolically, we became Nietzsche's better being, or Übermensch, or God over ourselves, or whatever you want to call it. It's a larva. Seeking pale blood is symbolically becoming Nietzsche's Übermensch. We became our own God within ourselves. We are now our own creator of our own values. So back to our puzzle. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. Pale blood is blood that is free from external ethics that are injected into us. It's untainted blood. Since blood in Bloodborne is always faith, it means to find a blind slate of beliefs from which we build upon. Untainted ethics. What does to transcend the hunt mean? Well, I'm obviously guessing here, but my best guess is that Miyazaki had the hunt for meaning in mind when writing this. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt is then a super meta-layered message that basically means seek to let go of external ethics and turn to ethics sprouting from within to transcend the hunt for meaning. As I understand it, this is the meaning of the objective we're given at the beginning of the game, and the events of the game are symbolically us undergoing exactly this journey, until we transcend humanity itself in the end. The objective of the game is meant to be a philosophical idea, which is also why it is so hard to pin the idea of pale blood onto something more tangible in the game. At least that's how I understand the game. Hooray! So, we're approaching the ending of this little video, but we aren't quite done yet.
Little video! Hour and a half! Well, I mean, who am I to talk? This reaction thing is gonna be like 3 hours long. So, still, little video. You scamp.
See, throughout the whole video, there has been an ongoing theme, and this theme is inspiration, and how art is derivative of itself. You probably have heard the phrase, everything is derivative before. The idea is that all art that has ever been created is derivative of something else. There's a lot of talk going on currently about plagiarism, about the ethical concerns of AI-generated content, and about the soullessness of art that is produced as a product first. And don't get me wrong, all of those discussions are important discussions to have. But we always only ever tend to pay attention to the train wrecks. We focus on plagiarism when it happens. We discuss soulless AI-generated art when a company uses it to replace workers. We pay attention to games or movies that feel as if they were inspired by focus group questionnaires. We always pay attention to the sickness, but we barely ever discuss what the cure looks like. What does it look like if something got inspired by other things in a good and healthy way? And I think Bloodborne is a wonderful example of how new things can positively derive from others. Bloodborne stands on the shoulders of giants. There is no Bloodborne without the Soul games before it. There is no Bloodborne without the Gothic literature of the late 19th century. There is no Bloodborne without Lovecraft's writings. There is no Bloodborne without Nietzsche's ideas about the origins of morals. There is no Bloodborne without Brotherhood of the Wolf, a French movie inspired by real-life events. And if we really want to twist this idea, there might not even be Bloodborne if it weren't for a very big wolf in France in the 18th century, or Luther. Everything is built upon everything that came before it. You know, when we discuss art, we so often think about it as a singular thing that happens at a singular time. But that's just not how things work. In fact, everything is derivative of tons of things that came before. It's like there are countless strings that reach infinitely into the past and that get knotted together into specific knots at specific points in time. Without all those endless threads that began long before, it wouldn't be possible to knot a game like Bloodborne into existence. But while Bloodborne is built out of so many different puzzle pieces that came before it, Bloodborne still is something new and something autonomous from all that came before. And most interestingly of all, Bloodborne is now also a foundation upon which new things are built. At the very beginning of the video, we had a quick chat about Lies of P, that Pinocchio-inspired Souls-like that found a great solution to Bloodborne's healing system. Well, Lies of P is a derivative of Bloodborne, and who knows, maybe there will be games popping up in a bunch of years that are a derivative of Lies of P. You know, that's how human art evolves. The healthy way. And at least as I see it, we're so often focused at looking at the failure of this process, and we kind of fail to see how beautiful this process can be.
So that, like, props, full props to Ceave there. That's good, like, very, very good. Setting up those threads early on, bringing them all back around, connecting them to another. Like, because that's the thing clearly that he was trying to do when he did that thing about, like, trying to draw that long line of how like the Reformation led to like these people who wanted to return to pre-Reformation aesthetics and ideals, and that led to the creation of like this specific style of neo-Gothic architecture, and like, oh, if there hadn't been that old myth of the girl and the wolf, then there wouldn't have been that movie. And without that movie, again, I disagree with his conclusion that Bloodborne is directly inspired by that movie. I don't think he has a strong argument for that. But what he's bringing together is like all those threads, so just sort of provide an emotionally satisfying conclusion to the text. That is not an easy thing to do. That in terms of script writing, in terms of like any kind of writing, essay writing, that's a difficult thing to do. He's doing a really good job of it. I don't agree with all of his arguments, but like from a technical perspective, good script writing.
When it actually succeeds. And with this, we actually reached the end of this little video. Thank God, writing this video almost drove me insane, and while going insane while trying to incorporate the thoughts of Nietzsche into a video about Bloodborne would certainly be pretty on brand, I'm glad I didn't. Before we wrap this up, a huge and gigantic thank you to all my incredible Patreons whose names are currently scrolling by. It is incredibly difficult for videos like this.
You know what?
On YouTube.
I think if I'm gonna fucking post this video, I'm also gonna subscribe to his Patreon. I think that's what I'm gonna do.
Scrolling by. This video would have needed to be 8 videos, each one with a clickbait title and each one with arrows on the thumbnail. So let's all collectively thank them. They're doing God's work here. Finally, just a couple of thoughts about Bloodborne that didn't make the cut. So first, if you're wondering where our boy Lovecraft has been hiding all video long, I actually already had written about 5 pages about his work, his horror, and how it is incorporated in Bloodborne, but that part ended up not making the cut because this video, and it may surprise you to hear that, completely exploded in scope. We will take a really deep and quite literal dive into Lovecraftian horror in an upcoming video. Next there is the fact that Gurman is framed like the Reaper during the final battle. You know, he symbolizes death here. I have no idea what to do with that. Miyazaki certainly thought about something, it's just there's so much going on symbolically in Bloodborne, it's quite the challenge to keep track of it all. I'd honestly...
And that again, like, Ceave is running into the exact same thing that I... That was one of the things, like, when I finished my big Bloodborne series, the disappointment that I had in my own work was that I could not come to a strong conclusion. Right? Like, at the end of all of this, I had so many videos, I'd done so much analysis, so much writing, so much reading, so much, like, thinking about Bloodborne, and then by the end, when it's like, I killed the Nameless Moon Presence and Gearman, it's like, the game is over now, and oh, you have to come up with a conclusion to draw about the whole thing, and I was just like, blah, blah. I was so fucking blank. I could not make all of this shit coalesce into one coherent conclusion, and so I was forced in my video to just like kind of go, I mean, the only conclusion I had available to me at that point, because I could not, like, no matter how much I tried, I could not make any one thing my thesis statement. I could not make any one thing, this is Bloodborne, like, this is the center of exactly all of the stuff that's going on here, like, which is what Ceave has done in this video, what he has managed to do, what I couldn't at the time. And so I had to say, okay, then that has to be my conclusion. My conclusion is I cannot draw a conclusion. And I cannot draw a conclusion because Bloodborne is a nightmare. It is a dream. It is a game that is based, it's a story that is based in dream logic. It inherently cannot resolve because Bloodborne is a nightmare. And nightmares don't resolve cleanly. Like, nightmares leave you with a bunch of questions and disturbing, unsettling, weird imagery that you don't understand what part of your psyche it came from or what it means or where, like, how to reconcile it. You just know that it's something that haunts your memories, and like it's a set of feelings that haunt your memories, a set of vibes, right? And I think I still stand by that conclusion, right? I still think that is a good way to understand Bloodborne. Not the only way, not the way to understand Bloodborne. I was about to say the way to understand Bloodborne. No, I think it is a good way to understand Bloodborne, a solid way. I think it's one that can be supported by the text itself and the way that Bloodborne presents itself. And yet, after that, I was still unsatisfied. I was still unsatisfied that I couldn't draw a stronger conclusion, which is why in the follow-up video, the Many Meanings of Bloodborne thing, where I looked at as many different meanings of Bloodborne as I could, I ended up like trying to come up with my own central conclusion, specifically like diving into the idea that Bloodborne is about cycles of violence and the ways that they break us and the ways that we can escape from them. And in that conclusion, like Ceave, I was not able to account for everything in that one at all. Like there was so much stuff that I just had to leave out and like sort of go, yeah, don't worry about that. That's not relevant to my conclusions. So let's just shove it to one side, pretend it doesn't exist. And here's my conclusion based on as much as I could stuff in there, like while still keeping it somewhat coherent, right? And he's run into the same thing here, that like there are things in Bloodborne that his reading here cannot account for, right? And that is the sign of good art, I think. Like really, for me, that's like if you have a piece of art that resists one reading, that resists one digestible, thematically cohesive, like singular core reading, that's sort of like, oh yes, that is the reading, the thing that it means. I think that's a sign of strong art. I think that's a sign of strong art that will fucking last. Because that's the kind of shit that gets its hooks into people like me, right? Like that makes me go back and think about it, watch hour-and-a-half-long video essays about it a year and a half after I finished my own fucking series about, like, more than a year and a half, 2 years, after I finished my own series about it, right? Like that's what will do that. So yeah, like, again, I agree with Ceave. Like, Bloodborne is absolutely fantastic because it is so dense and rich.
Be surprised if we manage to just discuss a third of the symbolism and the metaphors going on in Bloodborne in this video. We also didn't waffle about all the Victorian imagery and the elements inspired by Victorian mental asylums and how Lovecraft plays into all of this, but again, this video exploded in scope. Finally, I find it really interesting that Miyazaki has this fascination with Catholicism. Pretty much every single one of his games deals with themes of Christian beliefs and features a corrupted church. The thing is, to the best of my knowledge, the man isn't Christian, he was born in Japan. It would be really unusual if he was raised a Catholic. My best guess is that his interest in those themes actually stems from Nietzsche, but that's obviously just like my opinion, man.
Yeah, like personally, I would say that it's like there is a general fascination. Like, first of all, Christianity has a long history in Japan. There are lots of Japanese Christians, and there have been for a very long time. But also, Japan generally has a deep fascination with cultures and religions from outside of its borders, right? Like there's so much Norse mythology in Japanese games. Like any JRPG you open, like 90% chance something's going to be called Yggdrasil. 90% chance something's going to be called a Valkyrie. 90% chance that Nidhogg is going to show up as a boss monster, right? Like that's... So like it could just be, like, it's not necessarily... Again, I think he's... This is me returning to a point I've made a million times already. I think it's fraught to try and conclude what the author's mind contains. It's usually much stronger to try and conclude that the influences of this thing are present in the text. Like, without trying to... Yeah, it doesn't matter. Good video.
Hooray, and with this it's time for us to wrap this up. Thank you so much for watching this little video. This one really evolved in a different direction than originally intended, and I honestly have no idea if it is even possible to have an adult discussion online about a lot of those ideas in 2024, but hey, I guess I'm about to find out. If you liked the video, liking it back would be...
I really hope man, dude, if Ceave, if you're watching this, why did you stick around this long? Oh my god, you poor man. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I don't want to be too self-deprecating. I'm kind of like, I hope he fucking doesn't watch this, because it must be exhausting to hear some other guy just sit here and have opinions about your fucking giant video that you spent umpteenth hours on making. But if you are here, if you just so happen to make it this far, I really liked your video. That's why I spent, I don't know, I split this up into like 4 hours or however long I'm fucking sitting here. That's why I spent 4 hours reacting to it, is because I think this is worth considering. Right? All art makes the implicit argument, hey, this is worth considering, and I agree. This is worth considering. This is a good, interesting essay. 90% of the criticisms I make are self-reflective as well. These are things and problems that I have in my writing. These are like mistakes that I think that I make, which is why I react to them in other people's work. This is a good, interesting video that's worth considering. And I'm going to go subscribe to your Patreon now. I should have done that ages ago. I don't know why. Oh, right. No, that's because there was a thing. Right. I remember. Gonna try and promote your video on my community feed, and hopefully I will generate more attention for it than shows up over here on my little tiny reaction channel. Thanks for making the video. It was interesting. I very much enjoyed sitting here and talking about it.
Get better being smooth. If you're interested in other videos giving perspectives on great games, subscribing might be a good idea. And if you truly loved the video and want to ensure that content like this can survive on the platform, then there is also the option to support the channel via Patreon. Alright, thanks for watching until next time. Lots of hugs.
Yeah. Subscribe to Ceave Perspective, by the way. It's a really interesting, good channel, and I enjoy being subscribed to it a lot. Okay. This video is probably long enough now, so... yeah, I'm gonna go. It's like, I need to go to bed. But this was fun.